Hello! Welcome to the office hours. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the Astropub. Welcome to the office hours. This is a large segment, a large live stream, okay? A live stream where we talk about Star Citizen lore news and more. I say that because infrequently I'll get people to be like, listen, I love you, brother, but I'm not going to watch 4 hours to get this information, whatever I've posted. And it's like, brother, it's a live stream. It's there for people who want to watch the whole VOD. You got some nudes sent? Mm-hmm. You know it, baby. Cool, you sound like in a good mood tonight. I mean, I've had a lot of sleep, and we're kind of into the, we're into the drudges, which sort of, this is going to sound weird, that we're into the, like, hit part of the year for Star Citizen. So, like, there's no more pressure to compete. Like, I feel like I have to, like, can't keep up with folks and feel bad about not doing stuff. I can just do stuff because I think it's funny or fun. Yeah, the doldrums. D&D switch days, I'm here with you, Space Daddy. Awesome. You do sound extra, Trooper. Ah. I don't know. It was nice having a lot of days off. Star Citizen can drain the soul out of you. If you're not careful, that's for sure. So, we're going to watch the 4-9 patch report. But, I don't know. There's a... Oh, 5 minutes of it. Yeah, it's only 5 minutes and 43 seconds. But there's a, There's a video I want to make, but I'm not going to be able to make it, this week. A capsule I want to make, but I can't make it this week. And I kind of want to run it by you. Because this is one of those things where I'm kind of torn between it being a video that I do on the Astro Historian or more of a video I talk about here. And I feel like this is a better place because while it does concern lore and storytelling, I feel like it's much more game oriented than it is lore oriented. Hey, wait, feel you, bud. Nice. And it's but it's directly related to Xenothreat. Just saw Pocket Pair announce that, in thanks to the community that supported them for 3 years, they will forgo some profits by not increasing prices. Imagine the developer making such a statement. Oh, fuck! In this time of day, this day and age, I know, right? One of the things that constantly befuddles me about CIG
Series Dread Tide just discovered the meaning of life, 3.5 years of shifting your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Resetting your expectations from the everyday to the highest heights. From breathtaking views, incredible dining, to unmatched shopping, Crusader is calling. Whether you're just looking to spend the day cloud hopping with the storm whales, or relaxing by Green Circle's infinite spa. With shuttles are arriving daily, what are you waiting for? Come, visit Horizon, the city in the clouds.
Thank you for that 42 months of support there, Iris. And for, like, close to 3.5 years just reposting that fucking copy pasta every single time you re-up in various different languages. Your dedication to the bit is annoying and admirable at the same time. Thank you, Iris, for that 42 months of support. But I'll give you the breakdown because it's something I'm gonna have to put together some stuff for it. And I think I'm gonna have to edit like footage in. But there's a couple of problems that CIG currently has. Number one, they have to do these sorts of special events when they don't have new content to release. So they're gonna have to do new things specifically to keep people engaged with things like Xenothreat. Things like the death of the Frontier Fighters, and so on and so forth. And I'm sure a lot of it is also them practicing and playing around with doing these sorts of things in the future when they don't have new content and it's just story events they want to do. I get that. We're likely not going to see CIG change this model anytime soon. The problem is putting aside bugs, and I know that's a fucking mountain to put aside. Putting aside problems with performance, bugs, and other issues that the game has. No one cares about these events. Like, Xenothreat was an amazing event when it first was introduced. The first version of Xenothreat felt like it had a little bit more effort put into it. Obviously it did because it was new. And I know that they won't be able to like redo Xenothreat version 1 in the future. What we're seeing now is more of them playing with the tools they have to see what they can do. But this current Xenothreat sucks. Even if the bugs were non-existent and it was just you fighting things, it's just you doing a bunch of like wave defense and then killing an Idris. Okay. There's no reward at the end other than, you know, money, reputation, which reputation is really more like the things that lets you unlock those like craftables and stuff like that. There's no incentive. There's no disincentive. There's no reason to do the event. And I think, and I've talked about this off and on a little bit in the last couple of weeks, I think the major thing that CIG needs to start doing, and they sort of played with this idea last year, is storylines. The reason why the current storyline, the current events sort of suck, or say the reason why the events last year sucked, wasn't because of a lack of story. It was because A, the story was sort of bland, B, the technology failed, and C, they just sort of gave up. Like the story of the Frontier Fighters could have been interesting, but they sort of fucked up on the reveal. They fucked up on the continuing storytelling. And then they sort of just gave up when they realized that everybody hated it. And then they just sort of like, well, we got to conclude it somehow, so here you go. It was the laziest sort of throw out there as possible. But there is an example of it succeeding. Their B plot line was very successful because the story of Dr. Yorit and the, which is really the story of the regen crisis. The regen crisis is simply the catalyst that began the story of Dr. Yorit. It's the story of the mystery of Vanduul tech in the UEE. You know, science run amok, science doing shit it shouldn't be doing. And that has to do with Vanduul tech. So it added a mystery element. And while you're never going to get Onyx and a thing like Onyx and Lazarus, like those are high effort, like repeatable story things that I get you're not going to be able to do that for like event stuff. But I think there is things that CIG can learn from that, because to get the full story of Dr. Yorit, you now have to go to Lazarus, or you have to go to Onyx, then Lazarus, then the tech smugglers missions in Nyx, which leads you all the way to the tactical strike groups. So there are like 5 different things you can do to bounce back and forth. And you can kind of get the story of like, oh, Dr. Yord is fucking with Vanduul technology, has been fucking with Vanduul technology. Where's that Vanduul technology coming from? Oh, it's coming from the Shattered Blade. Where are they getting that from? The Vanduul themselves. Oh, this is pissing off the Vanduul, and the Vanduul are starting to invade Nyx. So like, it's a very similar, like, there's a lot of stories, books, movies, TV shows that sort of have that sort of thing. A unassuming, nonchalant side thing kicks off this wider understanding of going, oh shit, there's actually wider consequences for this. I do not think that them using what they have right now in terms of missions is lazy. What I do think that the fact that they haven't strung any of these events together is a problem. I wouldn't call it lazy as much as it is short-sighted. This is why I kind of have to like put this together as a more larger video and sort of like put it as a succinct idea. I mentioned this last time, but effectively, CIG needs to tell A and B story with everything they know they're going to have at the beginning of the year and have it stretch to the end of the year. And they need to have these events connected together. And the other big thing is there needs to be stakes. It doesn't have to be insane stakes. There needs to be stakes. The story is there, then you have the group to play it all, I guess. I really want to look at CIG with wide-eyed innocence that I look at developer like Pocket Pair. It so clearly loves its community, but they have to keep reminding that CIG merely tolerates us. I think that's a misunderstanding of CIG. I think CIG is well-meaning, but poorly managed. In the sense that I think CIG is far too concerned about staying open as a studio rather than producing a good product. I still think there are people at CIG who want to produce a good product, clearly. But I think that the number 1 priority is keeping the studio open, and the number 2 priority is making a video game. Oh, almost forgot. I enjoyed your bit on thrusters and Dust and C2 video. That was entirely Dusty's idea. Like, Dusty literally came to me and said, I have this idea. And so we recorded it over Discord. And I sent him the like raw audio file that I recorded on my end, which was a discussion. So the discussion, he kind of cut and pasted some of the pieces of the discussion that I talked about in there with his own sort of like audio to kind of explain it. But yeah. There was no effort to put into this beyond advertising to us. I think it's inaccurate. CIG is barely veiled contempt for us. I disagree. I understand why people think that, but I disagree. And the reason why I disagree is I think there's a difference between incompetence and malice. And assuming malice breeds hatred. It breeds like contempt and disgust and anger, which is legitimate, but it's also like not useful to change the process. Because like, if you get angry at CIG and are like, you know, fuck these assholes, they don't give a shit about us, all you're doing is setting them on defensive, and then they will equally come back either being mad at the community, like the community doesn't understand what we're doing on the inside, you don't understand all these other things, like I've heard from many developers at CIG about this. And then they'll become insular, and then they become more contemptuous of the community. because they feel like the community is just being a bunch of dicks who want more than they need, especially people who are trying to do the right thing. And then, either a manager or higher up changes that decision, whether they were malicious or not. I don't think they were. I think it was mostly just ignorance and misunderstanding. And I think that leads them down that bad path. I think if you look at it as well-meaning but incompetent at times, because for many of them, they've never made a game before, or they've never made a game like this before, so they're kind of learning on the fly. Then you can be like, listen, you fucked up. This is wrong. And you should feel bad about this. But I also understand that you wouldn't be doing this for the kind of money you're getting if you didn't have a passion for it. So here's what you should probably do. Please listen to these suggestions. No one's ever made a game like this before. There are people who've made games like Star Citizen before. No one's made Star Citizen before, though. There are people who've made flight simulators, even recent Star Wars Squadrons, for example, even multiplayer Squadron, plus stuff, Elite Dangerous. All that stuff exists. There are plenty of games, even recent games, like Falling Frontiers, or is it Falling Frontiers? I can't remember the name of it. There's one that was that's been in early access for a long time that's coming out recently, which is like a 0G, space combat stuff. There are elements of Star Citizen that exist in other games that people have done. I just don't think many of the people who work on Star Citizen have made things like MMOs. Wasn't it a Xenothreat event where you had to go into bunkers and someone had to call out the numbers of another person had to run to a particular console and shut it off? No, that was Frontier Fighters, and that was them reusing an event or using a new mission that they had introduced in that patch, which was the data heist. It was the same mechanics for data heist, and they just copied and pasted that. But no one had really done data heist because a lot of it was illegal. In this case, it wasn't illegal, so a lot of people first were introduced to data heist because of that. That was an old Bit Zero's mission. Hey, Drycon. They have this tendency of doing that, finding small subsets of the community that they feel most comfy around and keeping those subsets updated, but ignoring the majority of that with that info. Starfighter's a more recent one, but yeah. That was new, and our org had a fun time doing it. Yeah, it was great. What I'm trying to say is, this is a different discussion, but if CIG sat down and said, these are the assets we have, let's come up with a story, and came up with a storyline that began and ended. They understood the ending before they started creating everything, and then crafted a storyline that went through these missions, and then released them with consequences for failure for each of these steps of each of these events, like adding stakes of what would happen and having blowbacks. People would be far more invested. And here's the thing. If CIG is listening, I know they're not, but coming close. You can intentionally fuck with the community. You can intentionally fuck with the community. You can have an event where they auto-fail and you don't tell them that they auto-fail. You can have them struggle and still fail. And then they have to deal with the consequences. They'll never know. That adds more to the stakes. It means, wait, I can fail? Wait, there are consequences to my actions? And that would make players more invested. And the key is that the consequences and the stakes to a storyline would be beyond the people playing it. It should affect the people who are like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about the story. I'm going to go do my thing. They should be impacted as well. Prices, conflict, difficulty spikes, you name it. Are we discussing rep? No, I'm just talking about if they wanted to do events that people actually had felt that they had to do, like make Xenothreat actually interesting to have people play, taking the problems with the bugs and all that kind of stuff, putting it to a side. And I know that's a huge mountain to put aside. Then they should think about events rather than...
Give me faction warfare in Pyro.
I get it. That's definitely that's a long-term thing, though. I'm talking about something that CIG, because they're going to do events no matter what we do. They kind of like doing these events. They like these sorts of event styles. Because they can make them, they can use them as like sales events. And they're usually pretty easy for them to do because it's just missions they already have. It'd be nice if something isn't a cookie-cutter Foxwell missions. See, I think it would be fine if there were cookie-cutting Foxwell missions, if there was consequences, if there were stakes, if there were competing factions, or something like the line needs to go to here. Like I use Helldivers as an example because it's probably the best modern example of this. Like when you're doing a defense missions on Helldivers, so there's a planet that's being invaded by one of the 3 enemy factions. There's 2 bars. One bar is slowly ticking up based off a lot of different factors. And the other bar is, and that's all for the enemy conquering the planet. And the other bar goes up based off of how many missions are completed and other factors that players have a say in. So the more players that are on the planet that are complete those missions, the faster that bar goes up. So you have more defenses. And the way they keep things interesting is they'll have 2 or 3 planets being invaded, and it's impossible for you to defend all of them. So you have to choose which one's the more tactical. They're testing what works and what doesn't. I agree, Jim. And that's the thing that what I'm trying to say is that I think if CIG wants to evolve past this, to make this more engaging and interesting for people, they need to start thinking about events less as one-offs and more as a storyline. And the real way that you can get people invested in these events as a storyline is have consequences for failure. Problem is, if you think, I think for you, is that if you have to realize this is not 1.0, it's still an alpha, so it's really a point doing that. CIG is going to do it anyways. Like no matter what we say or what we do you really think that Xenothreat is the last time they're going to do an event like Xenothreat, where they just take like cookie cutter missions they already have and put them into a storyline? They've been doing it for 3 years. They're going to keep doing it because it works. So what I'm trying to say is, being positive, if you're going to do this anyways, then you might as well use this as a way of trying to test engagement. And because CIG clearly cares about engagement, they care about concurrency, they care about how many people are playing the game, because they always fucking talk about it all the time. Concurrency, concurrency, concurrency. Look how much concurrency we have. Our concurrency is at record numbers. So on and so forth. It's a thing that they clearly care about. If you really care about that, then the best way to do that is to invest people in a ongoing story. It doesn't have to be complicated. It can be really simple. As long as there are stakes and consequences, you're good. Like, you think about classic RPGs, there's always a big boss fight you have no way of winning. It gives you drama and desire to turn things around. Classic storytelling technique, even simple stories, have an all is lost moment. A moment where everything seems like it's the end, there's no point, the group is splitting apart, no one likes each other. Looks like the bad guy has won, they've got the MacGuffin. You know what I'm talking about. Like it's usually about the midway or close to the midway point where you start hitting the falling action. And now is the perfect time to test this, because if it goes terribly long, they can just hit reset before 1.0. Exactly. By testing it, by doing this sort of thing now, they learn what works and what doesn't. What works in storyline, what, like, their limitations. Because wiser men than me have said that limitations breed creativity. So if you can take the box you have, and as buggy and fucked up as it is, and try to make it engaging, then you can do anything. Like, you can do anything with new shit. When you just come up with new shit, it's like, oh, cool. Now I've got more fucking things in my box to use. Yeah, constraints. Limitations breed creativity. Constraints breed creativity. When was the last time CIG did something with real consequences? In theory, the resource rush, when all of the different people had to work for the different companies, and whoever won was going to get that discount and control of the station in Pyro, or the Pyro Gateway Station. That was, in theory, something that it was clearly they were testing that idea, and then they just fucking dropped it. Like, they just didn't give a shit. And I think a lot of that is because it was sort of, I don't think it was a long-term plan. I think it was something that came up for that patch maybe 6 months ahead of time. So they just didn't have enough leeway. But right now is when the developers, the narrative team, the mission teams, the gameplay teams, they're all like looking at, okay, what are we going to try to plan for next year? That's what they're starting to do right now. July and August is that time period when they start to do that. How are we going to wrap up this year? What are we going to do next year? Just ideas. And so now is the time for them to start planning those ideas out, because if they have those plans in place in December, what the consequences and rewards are for completing these storylines, then you already have those things set in stone and ready to go in August or September of the next year, so you won't have to rush to try to fix those problems then. Out of curiosity, where does and 95% of the Star Citizen community don't want consequences? How would you accept that? What? Squadron 42 for Christmas? No, we're not going to see Squadron 42 until next year. I'm so amazed that they aren't milking Yorit for all he's worth. It's like they stumbled into making this great villain and don't even understand it. I would bet you that there are people at CIG who understand that they have this great character, not even just like a villain, but like antagonist. That is Yorit. He's sort of just a mischief maker. He's a classic, what do they call, trickster. He's a classic trickster character, where he's just sort of like, oops, look at that chaos, you know, Pandora opening the box kind of thing. There are people who say 95% of the community do not want consequences. I was wondering if you knew that was true, or was it just a story somebody was saying because they don't want consequences? I don't think that 95% of the community don't want consequences. I think, and this is going to sound condescending because it is, but it's also true. The vast majority of gamers don't know what the fuck they want. Everyone has an idea of what the perfect game is. And then when you actually, a lot of those times you get to actually play that perfect game and you're like, this is boring and it sucks. And like, consequences is what a lot of people don't like, because they're like, I want my comfy game. I want my Stardew Valley. But Stardew Valley has consequences. Like, if you don't make it back in time before midnight, you pass out and you lose some stuff. So there's still some stakes there. There's still some things you can do. Even the most comfy of comfy games has consequences for fucking up. It's just not irrecoverable. What gamers want is fun and engaging. That's what they want.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Kapam just resubscribed for 64 months, 3 shards for the Europeans under the sky, 7 for the American lords in their halls of stone, 9 for Asians doomed to die, 1 for the Dark Lord Roberts on his dark throne in the verse of Star Citizen where the shadows lie. 1 shard to rule them all, 1 shard to find them, 1 shard to bring them all, and in the pledge store bind them in the verse of Star Citizen where the JPEGs lie.
Thank you so much for that year of support there. You, Ben, you're a very important part of our very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots, cheers, and chance. Yeah, shots, cheers. Like, I guarantee you, if you just said, hey, they're going to do a storyline where if we fail as a community, there are going to be consequences which will impact the entire verse. People will just say, is it fun? Because they don't really give a shit about the consequences. They care about fun. Like I say, when you give a consequence, it adds a stake. It adds a condition you have to do. And gamers love a pressure. They love a timer, you know? Because gamers, entertainment loves timers. How many movies and television shows are there that with the whole idea that there is a ticking clock element that you have to overcome? Fuck, there was an entire incredibly popular television show that was literally named 24 because the whole concept was it took place over 24 hours and each episode represented like an hour of that time in real time to stop some major catastrophe from happening. It was a fucking huge show in the early 2000s. Yeah, it's a huge throwback. But my point being, like, adding a ticking clock element, adding some sort of overarching pressure to players to do a thing, will drive them to do it. Fucking Elite's been doing it for years with their community goals. The Pit took that formula as well. Yeah, Pit is a huge success. The Pit's got the same concept. Because each episode of the Pit takes place over one day. I'm playing a game. Games are for having fun. If I'm not having fun, then it's becoming a job. I'm getting fucking paid to do jobs. Exactly. Like at the core of it, you gotta have fun. But I think you get a lot more buy-in if you have stakes. Not all times. The latest No Man's Sky expedition had a timer that gave everyone weeks from completing it. Lamest idea ever. And it wasn't a side quest, it was a main expedition line. That's why you do something like this in alpha, where you can learn, okay, what's a good timer for? What are good stakes? What are good pressures to put in? How can we create something that we know the players will fail and it makes it feel fair? One person's fun is another person's drudgery, which is where you can use events in a way that can work for that. And CIG started playing with that idea before they suddenly pulled back from it. With like one of their biggest events was also one of their most buggy ones, which was the not Save Stanton, I keep saying that, but Resource Rush. Like everyone did the Resource Rush, which is why it broke the fucking freight elevators. CIG it was like, oh wait, people like doing trading. It's like, yeah, people like a fucking like competition. But my point being, of course they need to fix bugs. Of course they need to make things fun. But if you're gonna do like events, like the Xenothread event, or what was the last event we did before Xenothread? Was it the Frontier Fighters one? I think it was the Frontier Fighters one, which we did twice. Or the Resource Rush, Save Stanton, like those sorts of things. If you're gonna do that in the future, make it a chain of events that are connected together, have consequences. As a result, that will add stakes, and stakes breeds conflict, and conflict is what you want in the game. I disagree, Dakota. I don't think it was a situation where because it had the only ship store, because ArcCorp has a ship store, and so does ArcCorp is ship store, and it has more weapon stores. One reason why people did Hurston was because Hurston was the only planetary, like its planetary bodies had the most elevators. So it had the least buggy elevators. Because there were more locations and more elevators, it meant there's better chance of completing it, so everyone did Hurston because it was faster to complete it. Also had cooler paint. I think any new event should employ some element of the latest feature. Why was there not a fueling track? Something as simple as bringing fuel pods into Stanton, which was blockaded. While I agree with that, I think it's best to delay that. And if you're planning on something like I'm talking about right now, you need to only be able to use what you have in the box right now, not what you could have in the future. Because that makes it a lot harder because you have to be a lot more responsive. So if something breaks, you're fucked. You know, if you're a mission designer, or if you're like doing a narrative thing and you're doing a new event, if you're like, oh, well, we will have refining in the game by next August, so we can have this part of that event be a refining part. And then you get to August and it's delayed until like September, you're fucked. Like, it was the paint. I would be very surprised if many players considered the number of elevators in their math. Well, it wasn't just the number of elevators in the math. It was just that they worked most often. Like Hurston had the most places that work, so people would go to where they could get the thing done, so they could get their skins. So the skin was good, but it was also a matter of just like functioning locations. So if you wanted to actually have fun and do the thing you're supposed to do, Hurston was the best place to do it. And also, I think CIG learned the wrong lesson from that. The lesson they should have learned from that was, and by the way, it wasn't even that Hurston won because of that. It's the fact that everyone was participating. There were so many people participating, which is why it broke so many things. It wasn't just, oh, well, Hurston was going to win no matter what. It was just that the volume of people who were playing for it was high. Yeah, Hurston doesn't have all the ships either. But the lesson for that is just don't tell people what the rewards are. Give people rewards after the fact. One of my favorite terms comes from military strategy, which is you should give your enemy dilemmas, not problems, not like catastrophes. You don't want to like, oh well, I'm going to lose this location, so I better defend it with my life to an enemy. You want to say, I've got 3 different things that need to be protected. I have to choose which one goes where, and I don't know which one I should do. That way your enemy is always reacting to you rather than acting to you. And I think CIG could learn from that in terms of doing events. They should do things that make the player base react to them, which means the player base has little chance to catch up, rather than basically be able to just punch you in the face. Don't put your enemy in death ground. Yeah. So in like a situation with Star Citizen, you'd have a situation where Xenothreat is attacking Stanton. Let's use Xenothreat as an example. They're attacking every single location at once, and it'll be impossible to defend each location. You can try, But CIG is going to make it very difficult. So then the player base has to decide what they're going to lose. Are they going to lose Hurston? Are they going to lose ArcCorp? Are they going to lose Crusader? Or are they going to lose Microtech? And I'm not saying you actually lose Microtech, but like you don't get the orbital station. The orbital station is out of commission. And if you jump to the orbital station, it's just a constant fighting between the UEE Navy and Xenothreat. The ships jumping in and fighting. Now, right now, that wouldn't work because the game is fucked. But when they have instancing, yeah, you could do that. The whole joining the thing is a completely different discussion. Like, I agree people should be able to join Xenothreat and Ninetales, 100%. But only if there's negative reputations for doing so. And CIG doesn't have a reputation yet. But that is a completely separate problem from what I'm talking about right now. That's a problem for when you have the systems in place that you need to have in place. What I'm talking about right now is using the limitations that CIG have. How could they improve their event? How could they improve the buy-in and the engagement? And my answer is storylines with stakes and consequences. Apparently, instancing doesn't lock server FPS, though. What are you talking about, Shark? Anyways, my point of doing something like that, an example like that, is will you lose those orbital stations forever? No, eventually they'd come back. But you wouldn't be able to go there. So if you use that as a staging point for your groups or whatever, or you just go there, if someone has no idea what's going on, they jump in and they get a message like, this area is restricted, please leave immediately, and you just see these battles going on, you might go, what the fuck happened? And now suddenly, people who don't pay attention to the events are going, oh, there are consequences to not succeed in these events, you know? They have not done a good job at all using story to drive any kind of gameplay. Even last year where they attempted it, nothing came of it at all. I said that earlier, that the main reason why that I feel like that failed was because CIG was far outstretched in terms of their technical capabilities. So like they were trying to tell a story that they did not have the technical ability to tell. Not like the writers couldn't tell it, but like they couldn't get fucking like data pads to spawn properly. Like there were just technical issues they weren't able to get down. And I think CIG learned the wrong lesson, which wasn't don't tell stories, which wasn't like, hey, tell a story within the technical constraints you have. It was just don't tell stories. Which is like, you completely missed the buy-in where this can help buy people in. People from the first test said instances were pretty low FPS, but this could also be why they delayed it. Almost certainly it's the reason why they delayed it. Just because an instance or something isn't working the first time CIG implements it doesn't mean it's like, we're doomed, it's never going to happen. That happened with server meshing when it was originally added. It's happened with pretty much every new technology CIG's implemented. It's sucked the first time it was implemented. And then it took a while for them to figure out how to improve it. There's only one time that they were just like, holy shit, it works. And that was object container streaming. They added object container streaming and they were just like, what the fuck? What do you mean we're getting like triple performance than we used to have? The fuck do you mean? How did that work? You know? Yeah, it's like when a good RPG surprises you, that time frames matter, or completing a quest. There's one game, Outward, where if you lose the whole starter town, if you don't do certain things, it was a major surprise to me. Yeah, and all you have to do is do it once. CIG only has to take the stick out and beat players in the face once for them to go, oh, there are now consequences to my actions. Instances are meant to be locked at 30 FPS, right? I don't know about that. I know that instances, the goal of instances is to make sure that you can run events so you can have large numbers of NPCs spawn and not have as much of an impact on the DGS that it's on. But as Widget and I think Radar is saying, is that the problem is it doesn't look like CIG has dynamic server settings yet. So instead of it being, hey, Orison needs more servers, let's just make one server Orison, and each of these instances are just part of that one server for Orison, they are still guessing on where they need to go. And to be fair, CIG is currently losing more money now than they were before they had server meshing. Because right now I believe it's 10 servers per shard, but that shard can only hold up to 700 people. Whereas pre 4.0, each server could hold up to 100 to 120 people. So they've reduced it by 40%. Each shard is now reduced to 40% of the capacity of single shard or single server shards in pre 4.0. They're also making far more money because of it. Yeah, but it's also costing them more money to run. So the question is really, is the increase in servers justify the increase does the increase in funding increase the increase of server costs? And I can tell you right now, I guarantee you CIG is paying double to quadruple the price for their servers than they were 2 years ago. Because of AI. Pretty much all server space is now exceedingly expensive. And CIG hasn't been making 2 times the amount of money they've been making every year. Last year, even if we look at 2024 as an example, which was kind of a low point, let's pull that up real quick. Let's look at 2023. 2023, they made $117 million. Now, they made more than that because they don't count subscriptions in this and other things that they make. So 2023, they made $117 million. And last year they made $155 million. That is not double $117 million. And I guarantee you that server prices have doubled in this time period and server capacity has dropped by 40%. So CIG is paying for 40% more servers at twice the price of servers, minimum twice the price of servers that they were in 2023. So the math ain't mathin'. That's the problem. Grollo did a video estimating their server costs. When, though? Because, server costs have gone solidly up in the last year. So it was last year. So I think it's gone higher. It's definitely higher this year than it was in 2025. I said this in Salty Mike's video comments. I think they really need to shut down this down live for 3 months to fix netcode. The root problems need to be addressed. Let the marketing deal with the fallout. That's CIG. There's no way for CIG to do that. CIG is chasing their tail. They can't shut down servers.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Deemfels 2000 has subscribed.
Thank you so much, Demfels, for that Twitch Prime sub. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive with Avenger Edition. This is Front Dragon. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. General purpose compute, EC2, AWS has not doubled in prices. In fact, AWS has historically been reluctant to raise prices broadly, and in some cases has reduced prices. For example, mid-2025, AWS cut prices on several NVIDIA GPUs instance families by up to 45% on demand and savings plans. So it's good to know. Because everywhere else I've been hearing has been like server costs are fucking up, just like across the board. I've been hearing it from even industry like rags talking about like problems with running online games. So if AWS is keeping their prices low, that's a good sign. Amazon's been weird with their stuff. Go figure. Yeah, they're not going to be able to shut down live. That's a pipe dream. They'll never shut down. I do think there is a way that they could sit down and unwind the spaghetti that is the game right now and fix the problems while still satisfying people. But it would cost time and money, and it would require a refactoring of how they build the game. Which is effectively, they need to have 2 concurrent services, live and PTU. And they need to be running side by side. And the live service needs to only run the like one code branch like they did last year. No new stuff added for most of the year. And then in like the summer, they insert the most stable version of PTU they have into the game, break the fucking game for like 2 to 3 months while they fix the problems, like post ILW. And then that becomes the new live for the next year. So it allows them to do a lot of offline testing and offline fixing like they've been doing with Squadron 42. And then bring up like the tech preview for a couple of weeks every so often. Be like, hey, here's the latest game. Here's all the updates. We've done all these things. We've built all these things together so we understand the problems that we can have with them. And then let players test them out and give feedback. And then like once or twice a year, actually release new patches that are not just bug fixes or new ships added, but like actual things actual things that update like the gameplay. DCS did this, and the majority of people lived on the unstable branch, which is fine, because at that point it becomes easier for people to go, oh well, this is a buggy mess, and it's like, yeah, it's testing. You want a live, go play the live version. This is it's a common PC gamer thing. Like that happens with DayZ. It happens with a lot of games where people are interested in playing the latest updates, and they'll tolerate the bugginess for that. Shut down live at the same time Squadron 42 releases, and it's too much copium. Too much copium. I don't think strategy would work. It would take too much time to release anything, and the project has already taken a long time. It would take a long time no matter what. Like, the reality is that there's many different options, but the easiest and safest option is to keep doing what they're doing, which is making some people pissed off. But that's not how you do open development. At this point, CIG, there's open development and there's CIG. And it honestly, at this point, it would be CIG just needs to like drop the open development idea and actually make the game. Because open development is actively hurting their ability to make the game.
You can take away my spaceship.
Because everyone's got a fucking opinion. It's like everyone's got an asshole. Everyone thinks that their opinion doesn't stink.
Lasers. But you can never,
Ever.
take away my space game.
Ghost 1800 just resubscribed for 71 months.
Oof.
Just remember, we didn't start the fire.
Thank you for the 71 months of support. You're very important public, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers, y'all. Shots and cheers. Refactoring the whole game, that's par for the course for the last decade. Not necessarily refactoring the game. Like, what really CIG needs to do, the problem that CIG is having right now, and this could be completely wrong from an outsider's perspective, but based off of what I've seen, is it feels a lot like CIG has mining, salvage, ship combat, FPS combat, I think what else is there? Crafting, food and drink, armor, weapons. Like, they have these different things that are being made. And on their own, they work within the context of those things being made. Like, if you go to Onyx and you play Onyx, Onyx functions mostly for what it's supposed to do because they tested it in that sort of environment. But then you take that someone in the same loadout for Onyx and you put them in a completely different situation where they have to use that same weapons, like say DGS or the tech smugglers. May not work at all.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Valisat just resubscribed for 27 months.
Woo! 27 months of support there. Thank you so much, Valisat. You're very important, Pepper. Very impressive, Mr. Van Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat. Y'all shots and cheers.
Bleep bloop, hype train.
Hype train! Woo! Over that hype train. Instancing is open door for single-player co-op environments crafted for their 4-player spawns. Right in their wheelhouse, yeah. But, like, the issue is, I'm sure Thorsten has a plan to unify all of these different things. But a plan and an action are two different things. And a great example of this is the flight system. We're on like the, 4th or 5th flight system over 14 years. And CIG's still fucking with it. Like they showed off the like Squadron 42 inspired flight system in 2023, I want to say. So 3 years ago, and we still haven't seen Quantum Boost. And that system itself works well, but it's supposed to work with the flight system atmospheric control settings and Maelstrom. Because Maelstrom is supposed to be the thing that's like damage system and all that sort of thing that combines with engineering. So like those 4 things are supposed to work in synergy. In reality, instead of having 4 different things, that's the flight system. Those 4 things are the flight system. But CIG treats them as 4 separate items. And it's really hard to tell, like, if we have engineering, right? It's really hard to tell if engineering works well because we don't have Maelstrom. And it's like, okay, well, we have engineering maelstrom. How do we balance ships against each other? I don't know. We don't have the flight system, which would tell us how these ships perform against each other. And we don't have atmospheric control surfaces, which would tell us how a ship would handle an atmosphere versus in space. And I get like people are like, well, there's different atmospheres. It doesn't fucking matter. Just like you can unify the performance and atmosphere. It's simplify it for the sake of gameplay purposes and balance. It's fine. But that's the problem, is that there's these separate systems that don't seem to mesh together. They don't seem to work together in one group. And that's where a lot of the spaghettified shit happens. Because, and again, this is from me, outside perspective, looking in, watching this thing happen over the years. Because I don't have inside knowledge tinkering with the code and understanding how it is. I've heard what people talk about it from inside the company. But I haven't really seen it myself. I came back at a fun time. Well, it's not really a rant. It's because I was talking about like let's take a look at what Star Citizen is right now. What can CIG do, and how could CIG improve with what they have? And it was basically like, hey, CIG needs to make the events like Xenothreat be part of a series of events that take place over a single storyline and have consequences, and maybe even intentionally like force players to fail one of the events so that there's consequences that players have to deal with. So players look like, or maybe they even have a chance to succeed in something, but they've stacked the odds against players, and if the players fail that, then there would be consequences in the verse, which would affect everyone. And my argument is that would have more buy-in, it would have more engagement, and you would see people logging in more frequently. And since concurrency is their big thing, concurrency. A Kobayashi Maru. Is a way of putting it. Escape.
Escape H907 just gifted
Jesus.
20 subs.
20 subs? Fucking rocket strike indeed. Thank you so much for that 20 subs there, Scott. You're a very important pupper, very impressive sir, very neat pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yay, congrats. Level 6 hype train. Holy fuck. Hey, Happy. The point I was saying is like that was how this started, and then we kind of got into CIG needs to shut down everything and then like for a year and just fix some of the problems. And it's like, that's not going to happen. That can never happen. There are solutions to the problem, but all of those solutions require radical changes from in the internal of CIG, which is never going to happen. CIG is stuck in their ways, and I think changing things would probably cost too much money for them to do so, and possibly lose staff members in the process, that maybe irreplaceable staff members, so they won't do it. Which then comes to like, what is the problem? What is the actual problem? And the problem is that there are times when it's like, I don't think even CIG knows what the matter is. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but a big reason for that is that there are so many systems which are duct taped into the game right now that are not the actual final systems. When is CIG going to release shipboard refining? I'm pretty sure the Galaxy will release without refining in a release in a later patch statement. Possibly. Cody!
Cody Fox00 just gifted 5 subs.
It gives those 5 subs there, Cody. You're very important, but very impressive. If any pedestrian, you rock. Just cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Why is FPS and radar scanning and slide still not in? I thought those features are meant to be ported over for Squadron 42 features. Not a clue. I honestly don't know. It hasn't been mentioned in the monthly reports really either. My only vague, wild-ass guess is that they had to change some of those features for Squadron, since it's not coming out this year. And so they've had to go back and those people have had to go back and work on some of those features, fix problems, change things, update things in Squadron for that. So they're not available to work on it in the verse.
Them biddies.
Jared finally gave an ETA on Starware.
Oh, did he? We gotta watch that video. Let's watch that video. But thank you for them biddies. Holy shit, 1,000 biddies. I'm a little hesitant now that we've got a huge huge hype train going. I'm like, I don't want to touch this right now. We'll get to that at one point. 411? Okay. That's September. So yeah. Think we'll see anything at Gamescom? Originally, I was pretty confident that they'd show off something for Squadron, but I'm not too sure now. Like, they haven't even announced if they have a booth or not. If they don't have a booth, they won't do something at Squadron for Squadron. It does just do. Do people still believe these the port over from Squadron stuff? I mean, there's stuff that's going to be ported over. There's no reason to not try, for CIG to not try to port over. It's the logical, cheapest alternative. And let's just say one thing. CIG is very much in cost-saving mode. See the T. Louis.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Dirtisan just resubscribed for 8 months. More dancing, more lore.
Thank you so much for that 8 months of support there, Dirtisan. You're very important, pupper, very impressive, of any pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. EU became a disaster once Richard Tyre took over and Todd Pappy started porting his stuff from Squadron 42. You have rose-tinted glasses, my friend. Significant rose-tinted glasses. Star Citizen has never really been a fun and engaging game. There are times when they have brief moments of clarity, but most of those times with the brief moments of clarity have been in the last 2 years. I think people legitimately forget what 2022 and 2023 were like for games for Star Citizen. And it makes sense to try to, like, you already built systems on the same engine in a different game. Port them over and see if they work. And sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. Yeah, Tony Z is mostly retired. He's retired in the sense that he doesn't go to work for them anymore, and they'll call him up and ask him to come in to check on things, probably at a commission rate, or at a higher rate if he wants to. I'm not salty, y'all. I'm like, the thing is, the reality is that most of what I've been saying today are stuff that I've been saying for years. It's just people don't actually remember when I'm like super critical of CIG. They only remember when I'm super positive about CIG. The main thing that's changed for me recently in the last 4 or so months, I mean, the straw that broke the camel's back was the fact that they delayed Squadron and didn't tell anybody. And it's like, you're in a unique situation, you should have told them. And they didn't. And that's like, feels very, we want to protect our bottom line rather than this is what's best for the community and what's best for the game, which feels very corporate. And I'm like, okay, that's shitty. You're going to act like a corporation. If you explicitly say we're going to be more traditional with our marketing, it's the kind of shit you're going to have to deal with. And they don't deal with it well. So it's like, yeah, I don't know if you're ready for this. But I've always been, like, I've always talked about this sort of thing in the past. The reality is that it's best right now to focus on what Star Citizen is right now. And how could CIG improve it for the game right now? Then think about some features, which we don't even know if it'll fucking put in. Because, let's be honest, CIG changes their minds. And sometimes a feature that they want to put in will change. Either it'll become something different entirely, or they'll just choose a different path. We might be stuck at, 600 people cap forever. Who knows? Even if they do dynamic meshing, they could just maybe not increase the server cap size because it just isn't stable enough. It's like, okay, focus on what you can do with this. Not CIG, CR changes mind all the time. A CR is the one who makes the decisions, but a lot of times, I mean, I remember, God, I always forget the name of it. It's not SOX, it's... There was something that they said specifically they were doing, and then they shut the fuck up about it until they came out and were like, yeah, we completely abandoned this approach. We're going to do a completely different approach. I always forget the name of that. Sometimes it's just technical. No, it wasn't Theaters of War. It was a technical thing that was in the background. CIG are not your friends. Stop being the friend zone weirdo who follows around the hot girl around everywhere. I mean, it's a little harsh, but yeah, no, CIG is not your friend, they're a company. But at the same time, we should have a lot of power as a community to influence CIG's thinking, because they also need us to keep buying in order for them to exist. Yes, the database thing. I can't remember the name of it though. But you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes it's just technical shit changes. Astropub, are you our friend? Or are you the hot girl we follow around everywhere? I don't fucking know. I will say, the Lord of Admirals, I don't know you. I've never met you, I don't think. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to entertain you. But that doesn't mean that we can't have a conversation and talk about things. It wasn't SOX. It was a database information. Bro got zoned. That's a completely different situation. That's what's it called? Oh, there's a term for it. Oh, I'm blanking on the damn term. Where people like feel like they're friends with somebody because they follow them, like an actor or a podcast or a streamer. But it's like one way. I forget the name of it. Parasocial. Thank you. Parasocial. Parasocial relationship. It's a because you're social with somebody, you feel connected to them, even if you don't know them. I mean, Astro is I am a handsome man. It's okay if you want to follow me around because I'm hot. As long as I bring joy and brightness to your day. Is 4.12 our caster patch? I don't know, maybe. I'm falling for the Aegis video. It's under the works. God, let me pull it up real quick. I actually have the let me pull up. Yeah, it's over here. I was working on it earlier today. So this is not screenplay format in any way, shape, or form. It's simply broken up into how I read and how I speak in sort of like monologue format. But this is the current script for that complete history. It is currently 8 pages. And I haven't even I've just gotten to the Retaliator. The first Aegis ship. Or the Retaliator. So it's already 16 minutes before I even get to the start of the first ship. There's a lot of ships that Aegis made too, so it's going to be a while. Though I think once I get past the Retaliator, it'll be pretty easy to get to the Comet, and then to the Gladius, then to the Idris. A lot of it is me cannibalizing some of the stuff I've already done for other ships, because I've already done a lot of like videos on Aegis ships. Like for instance, the complete history of the ships of the UE Navy. The ships of the UE Navy thing has a lot of Aegis ships in there, so I can copy and paste a lot of that stuff. iCache. Thank you, Exor. That's what I was thinking. iCache.
Them biddies.
Okay, but when are you gonna finally confess your undying love for the Redeemer?
I am going to bring up the Redeemer as in the post log, where I'm like, I'm not going to talk about the I'm not going to talk a lot of detail about the Reclaimer and the Redeemer, because we don't really know about the Reclaimer and the Redeemer. We don't know when they were made, because there's just no real information. I'll read you a section. I'll read you a little bit of a section, and I'll do my best to do the Astro Historian voice and try not to fuck up. By 2943, age 29 through 43. That's completely wrong. It was 25. Interesting that I brought that up. Around 49. Ah, that's right. 2943. I was right. I just put the 29 there. By 2543, Aegis had been assigned to replace the aging Raken bomber, which was famously hated by its operators. Lieutenant Commander Warden Fueler famously said, "The Raken flies like a tug, got no give in the sides. Sure, it can carry bulk to cause a lot of hurt, but it doesn't matter if you get clipped before you drop." Its flaws were ruthlessly exploited by the more nimble and better protected Tavaran Talon, who became the bane of every Raken crew during the early days of the war. The military needed a replacement for the ship that could deploy faster than a capital ship, could access a wider variety of jump points, and could still deliver payloads of near equal size and devastation. So when the young Aegis Dynamics was given the contract for the ship, they tasked now legendary ship designer Aaron Tracy to come up with the plan. Famously, Tracy stated the design brief of the ship that would become the Retaliator by saying, "We need a ship to stalk and damage heavy prey." To do that, they took a radical first step to interview Raken crews to find out what they wanted from the next generation bomber. Combining that with the needs of the Navy, they created a revolution in not only bombers, but human-designed ships. This pilot-centered approach allowed the ship to be flown more like a fighter than a large ship, with a single operator at the front flying and often targeting the ship's torpedoes. Torpedoes launched by a revolutionary new rotary launch system. This rotary launcher gave the ship its first unofficial nickname of the Roto by its crews. It may even be the first human small vessel to support a Tavaran-style energy shield. The Retaliator Retaliator would end up very small for the ship of its time, coming at a length of 71 meters, a width of 53 meters, and a height of 9.5 meters. The Retaliator was an astonishing achievement given the limitations of technology at the time. Bristling with 5-man turrets, bristling with 5-man turrets on top of its complement of torpedoes, it had more firepower than most ships of its size at the time of its creation, and went on to be one of the defining ships of the First Foreign War. I don't know what the definition ships. There we go. Live script editing. Yeah, it happens sometimes. The Kramer was found drifting in the black space hundreds and has been there for maybe 100 years. So that's an example of like 3 different scripts plus me like adding some attachments and editing some stuff here. Like that's from the bombers and fighters of the UAE Navy. That's from the Gladius. And I think there's one other one that I pulled from in terms of like that information. And then I went back in and then added new information that I found and all that kind of stuff. Hey, Paul, just look at the highlights from Star Citizen January-ish. What's new? Could you catch me up briefly? I saw the tactical fleet battle is now in now. Anything I've missed? So you've come back during the doldrums. So everything sucks and is horrible. The one big thing that's happening is that CIG has sort of regressed. The performance of the game has gotten worse, significantly worse. And a lot of the long-standing bugs that have been plaguing Star Citizen are now becoming more of a problem. So CIG has basically delayed the majority of the next patch they're going to release for 4.9 to release in August rather than July. And so they've ripped out a bunch of that information, a bunch of that stuff, so that they can focus on their part, focus on bug fixing. Revolutionary new rotary system. Me, the history nerd, staring at the B-52. Me, the increasingly knowledgeable history nerd, staring at the XB-51. Alex, if it helps you, Retaliator is literally the B-52. A lot of the information a lot of the history of the Retaliator is just the story of the B-52. Like it is, I joke that it's the B-52 of the verse. It is literally the B-52. CIG just steals historical stories of actual like aircraft and ships and like uses that as the basis for their lore. Like the Javelin is, or the Javelin, the Idris is literally the Arleigh Burke. The story of the Javelin is the story of the Arleigh Burke. The Gladius is the F-15. Yes, the F-15 in terms of its story. The Reliant is the B-2. Its story is literally the same story as the B-2. Had a predecessor, which was a big, before its flying wing, before its time. They reapproached it, designed a new thing, brought the original designer back for the release of it. It was all that sort of stuff. I mean, names too. Look at the Xi'an. It's a real thing in China, and the hostility / cold feelings between the US and China sometimes. Yeah, no. I mean, the name itself is literally a city in China. In China, yeah. To be fair, I'd imagine a B-52 rotary system would be a whole lot different. Better to launch bombs out in the middle of space against any kind of G-force, especially G-force against, because it doesn't have gravity assisting it, so it has to have we don't really know how the technical details of it, but I assume there's some sort of mini combustion that's happening to push the torpedoes out of the rotary system. So it like literally gets fired down away from the Retaliator and then ignites. So I think the actual rotary system does actually deploy down underneath the Retaliator when they fire. So it actually like extends out. There's a really good documentary on YouTube about the B-52. On the documentary, there's a family that has pilots on 3 generations. They've flown on the same plane. I've seen that. I've seen that picture of 3 generations of the same family flying the same frame of B-52. So in this hypothetical China versus US, is US Xi'an or humans? Humans. That's a solenoid piston like in the F-52, F-22? Okay, so it's just a... I'm trying to think about what that is, but yeah. I wouldn't know. I'm a Firebird Eclipse fan. I couldn't be bothered to touch something as old as a Retaliator. The buff. The thing about the Xi'an is that it's simplistic to say that they're China. They're not really China. They're kind of like a combination of China and ancient Persia. Like, last I checked, I don't think China had a fucking caste system. And the Xi'an have a kind of caste system. But it's all Rome-coded, yeah. Like, the UEE is Rome. The Tavaran are the barbarians. So they're the Celts... They're the Gauls, the like Western barbarians, and they're also to a lighter degree the Carthaginians because of the first 2 Tavaran wars. And then the Vandul are literally the Vandals, the Goths, the Germanic and steppe peoples who came were pushed into the empire through the Huns. The Banu are the Bedouins. They're the North African and Arabian hosts, traders that wander around that are loosely connected to each other. What is a caste system? So it's CASTE. Is how you say caste system. So a caste system is where when you're born into a specific role, and you are stuck with that role forever. And it's very difficult, if not impossible, to remove yourself from that role. So, like, you're born a banker. Guess what? You're born to a banker. You're gonna be a banker for your whole life, and you're gonna marry into a banker family. You will never be able to escape banking. You never be able to escape farming or whatever. So, like, caste systems are not super common these days, but they were fairly common. Probably the most famous caste system was in India. I don't know which culture in India was it. I want to say it was the Hindu, but I don't necessarily want to say that specifically. I don't know enough about it. But it's not an uncommon system. And while the Xi'an aren't explicitly a caste system, they're a caste system. Basically, you're born to a family, and that family has a specific job to do, and it's very difficult for you to escape that family. It makes more sense for you to raise your family up with you to do something else, rather than to yourself try to escape your family. A Suli is a caste. To a degree, but with a Suli, you're not born into it. You're born into servitude, and then that servitude itself is dependent on your skills. So it's less caste in the sense that, like, you're born into this family, you're going to do this. It's more, what's the term for it? Egalitarian? Is that the word? Or is it meritocracy? You're whatever you're good at, you're told, you're sold into doing that. But you have to do that. You have no choice in that matter. Indian caste system still has effects today. Yeah, no, officially India doesn't have a caste system anymore, but it was around for thousands of years. So it has effects everywhere. Why isn't there a Lockheed Martin of Star Citizen? The closest we have to a Lockheed Martin is Aegis. Though Lockheed Martin, like, Aegis and Anvil are very similar in terms of, like, the Lockheed Martin comparisons. Because Aegis can also be seen as Boeing. Yeah, but with a Xian, it doesn't matter what house you belong to when you join the military, and everyone is required to join. It does matter because once you join the military, you join the Emperor's house. So you become a temporary member of the Emperor's house for 50 years. Then you return back to your house once you're out there. The idea is that the military is an equalizer where everyone from all the different families meet together. So like I said, it has caste system elements. There's a lot of romanticism about people spending time in the military together because it's a thing that everyone has to do. And because you're relatively young in Xi'an society when you're sent off to do your mandatory service time, it's sort of this kind of like, idealization of youth, where you have like so many shows and movies in the last 30 years about like high school. Like, oh, look at these high school kids and their dramas and experiencing life and coming of age and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of like media in the Xi'an culture about your mandatory service. And there's a lot of romantic concepts of like two people meeting, or a group of people meeting in the mandatory service from different families and then running off together to form a polyamorous like polycule away from society and breaking away from society, but still in a group. More like Romeo and Juliet and oh gosh, I'm trying to think of all of the different people in Romeo and Juliet. Bonvello, and like if like all of the different warring factions main characters were all fucking. That would be like a Xi'an like tale. Mercutio, yeah. It's like if they were all in a big polycule. That's what they do. The Game of Thrones, there's some of that there. It's been a long time since I've read or even seen Romeo and Juliet, but it's all those other characters. Horny aliens are the best aliens. I mean, they're not really. It's not really horny as much as that it's romantic love. It's like the expression of love rather than like explicitly sex. Because to the Xi'an, the act of breaking away from your family with people whom you are not part of your family is in itself rebellious and very idealistic, very romantic. The idea that you can meet people from other families and form a family together yourself is sort of like a idealistic breaking away from society. What have I arrived to? Alien romantic porn. You're one of the last OG streamers to stream Star Citizen. Sergeant Tickles, The Few, Toy, Mitachi, all gone. As I've said, I'll be here until the Titanic sinks. I see. Move along. That movie was in 96. Yeah, my wife made both of us feel old because we've been watching From. And she loves the Romeo x Juliet movie from 96. And then she was looking up some of the cast members and she was like, wait, like the main guy in From was Mercutio? I love Mercutio. Oh God. The found family trope that Hollywood has convinced us is not only possible but ideal, I call shenanigans. Well, it's that, but like not really a family. It's like if you took the found family trope and then add romantic and sexual undertones to it. That's the Xi'an sort of cliche ideal, which no one ever does. Yeah, today I learned that they're taking the hobbits to Isengard is 20 years old. Oh, God. I still follow Captain Richard, and he was the OG of OFs, of the OFs of Star Citizen streamers. He still does No Man's Sky, though, right? Red? I've heard he's not like... He did not have a good breakup with CIG. But I've seen him doing pretty well on his own. If humans and Giants went to war, who do you think would win? Nobody. Both would lose. There's no way that Gion would be able to conquer human space because humans are nasty, brutish, and heavily fucking armed. So the Xi'an would basically break their entire society against humanity. They might conquer a couple of systems, but in the process, they would lose so many ships and personnel that it wouldn't be worth it. And humanity would never be able to even conquer a single Xi'an system. They're just too big and too powerful. It's sort of just like both sides, it's just not efficient or reasonable for both sides to go to fight each other. They ventured out to do bigger and better things. He got invited to Miami F1 GP by Logitech. Nice, that's great. For me, it was you and Captain Richard, the only worthy Star Trooper followed from years ago. Well, thank you for that. Not only that, the Kurthak would eat them raw if the Xi'an decides to attack the UEN. Yeah, so like if the Xi'an attacked the UEE and the Kurthak found out about it, they would be splitting their forces between two different sides. And while there's technically a truce, almost certainly the Kurthak would take advantage of the Xi'an paying attention to another species across the galaxy. The reality is that pretty much nobody in the current universe of Star Citizen is in any position to do any sort of major expansion. Everyone is kind of fucked. The Xi'an are staring at a possible civil war happening. The UEE is going to have a civil war. I finished up the writing of that video that I'm going to be editing and releasing tomorrow for Patreon. It's probably maybe Saturday about that the UEE will fall. And the way I like to put it is the UEE is already fallen. It fell in 2791 when the Mezzers fell. The UEE fell. What we have today is simply been propped up and has been put on life support, but it has been slowly falling apart ever since the fall of the Mezzers because the institutional and structural reforms were not extensive enough to actually fix the problems that the Empire had that were caused by its creation by the Mezzers. So it's already fallen. It's just a matter of when will everyone realize that it doesn't exist anymore. And I think that's the whole point of the Terran Sol, I should say. CIG, as the official term in the Star Citizen universe, Sol. That the split between the East and West, that conflict that's going to rise, that's really going to be the actual death knell of the UEE. Because no matter who wins, the UEE is gone. The UEE will not be able to survive that. The Tavaran are a fucking joke. Like, Tavaran think that they have some chance at doing anything. They're basically a dead race. They only exist because humanity is either too scared or too tired to kill them. And the Banu just don't have any desire to expand. It's not part of their culture. Sol, like Saul. That's why I hate the British, except for Scots. They're cool. It's not soul, it's Sol. If you look at all of the official pronunciations, have you ever seen someone say the word soul, like solar system, the way most science fiction will say, our sun, our star system? They all say Sol. Thank you. I've been waiting for that one, Agent Langdon. It was a Comic-Con. I've been looking for that video. I didn't remember where it was. I was going to do that. It's Star Citizen was at Comic-Con when they described it. Okay, I thought it was at GDC, but it was Comic-Con when they did that. Will human-controlled space become basically a group of star system city-states similar to ancient Greece? Possibly. I think it's more likely going to end up similar to what we saw in the breakup of the Roman Empire, where you have a bunch of smaller kingdoms that are battling for each other. I'm going to look it up right now. I'm not seeing the video. Oh, found it. I think I found it.
Maybe up on stage. Get the Blizzard where Apple had the game employee 280, and we've got Manchester redacted. Pretty turbulent, who also in Montreal are doing an amazing job on our platform. I can't actually see what. So this is what we're doing in LA. And sort of the ships are all being built in LA. Some have been built in LA. All that process requires a huge.
At the moment, we're mainly focusing on the Gladius.
Anyway, over being the LA studio of Manchester, they're going to be working on the capital because it's really about a huge amount of your sort of the combat and the sort of interaction that you'll have in space.
As fast, we get the feedback.
Aaron, thank you very much. We have this, for a long time, and we have both combinations who is back here, but he's absolutely everything. Sort of medical.
Oh, this is CitizenCon. This is CitizenCon, not Comic-Con. Never mind. I thought it said Comic-Con, but I realized it said CitizenCon. That's the problem. It's like you look up Comic-Con, it brings up CitizenCon. Is it San Diego? I'm not seeing it, and he's still. What about Xi'an versus Vanduul? The Xi'an and the Vanduul have a very tenuous relationship. The Vanduul attacked the Xi'an, and the Xi'an beat the crap out of them, and so they sort of don't fight the Xi'an. Neither side really wants to deal with each other. All this talk of Rome falling is cool and all, but how does this affect the quasi-craft Tau trade in Pyro? Oh, yeah, exactly. Fucking bears are gonna get smoked, man. Gotta stay bull. And The Worlds Beyond Number, a D&D audio pod by Brendan Lee Mulligan. They're in a universe post-Dark Age where the interstellar travel. That's actually not D&D. Words Beyond Number is an actual system. It's a free system. I've used it myself. I actually did a live play for it. But yeah, that's a very similar idea. That the standard Worlds Beyond Number system is that there was this sort of connected empire, and then it's collapsed, and then you sort of play in this post-collapse empire sort of thing. I'll have to look it up again. But there was an event that they specifically did. They discussed the whole story of what they were going to do. It was early it was like 2013, 2014 when they did it. If this is who I think it is, it's actually a friend of mine who did this. By the way, Agent Langdon. Yeah. There was no vid for this one. But HP Braincase is a friend of mine, so. It was 11 years ago. But I remember an actual like on stage them talking about the story. And I want to say it may have been the first Citizen Con, like 2013, where they did that. But the point being is that the universe is set up specifically that basically none of the sides have an advantage, which is why there is sort of the status quo that it is now. And the story of Star Citizen, as far as I have been able to tell, based off of what they've just said that they wanted to do and what they've been doing so far, is effectively players will be the catalyst, or at least the straw that breaks the camel's back into setting everything off. You will have an active, based off of old information, so this could change. But the concept was you were going to have an active role in the downfall of the UE. And as a result, you will also have a say in what comes after. Oh, wait, if the rebellion happens, who would take control of the retribution? If player orgs can maintain a Bengal, I don't see any reason NPC org couldn't, or NPC org couldn't upkeep a retribution. That's a good question. Depends on who's in charge of the retribution. Xeno threat retribution.
them biddies.
Ahem. I believe my line here is, in the words of a great man who was the son of a great man, let the galaxy burn.
Let the galaxy burn. I never wanted this. CIG would be so fucking good to use that line. I love that line. It's such a cheesy, quotable line. I never wanted this. It's a 40K thing, but I love it because it's such a good villain monologue. Starting off with, "This isn't my choice. You're making me do this." I don't see the conflict between Earth and Terra lasting long since once the Vanduul burns Earth. Well, that's the question. Is that the thing about the Vanduul is that they're not a consistent force. For instance, the Vanduul basically disappeared from UEE space just after, like, towards the end of the Mezzer era until the mid-29th century. There may have been small raids here and there, but they weren't really in force. And they burned a bunch of worlds from the mid-29th century until the late 29th century, and then they fucked off again for 50 years. And only in the 2940s have they come back as a major force. So these invasions ebb and flow, like they come in and out like the tide. So we could easily see the Vanduul surge, burn Earth, and then rescind again for a long period of time. Can players play Star Citizen from different aliens race point of view in the future? That was, CIG has said yes, and they have recently come back, I mean recently is in the last couple of years, said yes, that's still the plan. The goal that they have is that they're going to make, if they make player characters in different, from different species, they want to make a unique starting experience for players as those species, and so they will sell those as expansions. So if you were to play the game as a Xi'an, they would probably lock the Xi'an systems behind the paywall of players who pay for the expansion to play as a Xi'an character. And the Xi'an character will then have access to the rest of the UEE, but players wouldn't have access, who didn't have the expansion, may not have access to those Xi'an systems because they're designed specifically for Xi'an characters. We'll see. The way they haven't said anything about the Devarin, but I would say that likely the Devarin, the most logical way I would do it. I think the most logical way is the Devarin is free. The expansion for like the Xi'an and the Banu, not the Vanduul, but the Xi'an and the Banu may be individual expansions that you pay for, but the Devarin would be a free expansion because the Devarin are part of the UEE. So it shouldn't be too difficult. You could still have some of the similar concepts of like NPCs treating you differently if you're a Devarin versus a human, but it would be everyone could play as a Devarin or a human. But if you wanted it to be the funny turtles or the tree people, you'd have to pay money for that. I think you'd be able to get Vanduul as a playable species, but I think that would be the last expansion they do before they shut down. There'd have to be some major event, story event in game where like there are some Vanduul that actually exist in human space that like kind of live alongside humans for whatever reason. As someone said, like maybe a tribe that joins the side of humans or lives inside human space and is kind of like the Devarin, becomes like a client species of humanity. I just see CIG using the Vanduul burning Earth so that they have a reason to not try and build out Earth except for a couple of landing zones. They weren't going to build out Earth except for a couple of landing zones anyways. I don't think they need an excuse. You can't fucking like fly a plane into the capital of almost any nation on Earth without getting shot down. You're not going to be able to like low fly over fucking San Francisco in Star Citizen. You won't be able to like low fly over fucking Moscow. Your shit's going to get shot down. They'll just be extremely locked down where you can only go to certain places. But that's one of the reasons why they would probably wait until much later to introduce Sol because it would be so locked down that players wouldn't be able to experience the whole planet. $20 Tavaran versus $60 Xi'an expansion. No, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a paid Tavaran expansion, to have that be free. Because you wouldn't have to change much. It would just be people react to you differently. But the starting zones would be the same, because Tavaran are part of the UE. You just have to change a couple of voice lines here and there. Or add a couple of voice lines here and there. Where you're going to have to add those lines anyway for the Xi'an and the Banu, but you also have to add in a completely different new player experience, completely different starting locations, completely different golden path out of those starting locations. So like, there would be an entirely different setup, and that's going to be expensive and time consuming. So yeah, charging for that makes sense. Do the Vanduul have a home world, or are they just nomadic marauders? They may have a home world. We don't know what it is, but as far as we know, they're just the marauders. So yeah, I could see them doing like a $20 or $5 some sort of minor upgrade where it's free, but if you pay this expansion, pay this a little bit, you get like a free clothing or like weapons or armor. All the time. I mean, they have a story campaign for the Vanduul. Yeah, but they are the antagonists. Plus, the Tevs basically folded their own culture after losing the war, and only an offshoot are trying to hold it. No culture, no DLC. They would be. I would doubt that there would be a reason for a human to not be able to interact with the same storyline as a Tavaran with their culture. All right, let's watch the video. Been putting it off. But it's only 5 minutes, so it's not that bad.
Last week, we announced our decision to move the release of our upcoming Siege of Orison operation from next week out to mid-August, giving us more time to harden the system supporting our first iterations of content instancing. Now, this change was made in equal parts our own desire to make the new content as successful as possible, as well as the feedback received by you, the Star Citizen community. So, the easy thing might have been to just delay all of 4.9 a month. But as we spoke about on the last episode of Star Citizen Live, there are a host of smaller content and feature additions, bug fixes, and quality of life improvements we think are ready to go now.
So release it as 4.8.4. The numbering doesn't fucking matter.
So, rather than just hold all those back, we've moved Siege out of 4.9 into a brand new Alpha 4.10 scheduled for August, which will now let us release 4.9 next week,
which is just 4.9.1.
almost everything else originally slated. And as for those things, let's jump in now and see some of what next week's release is bringing with it.
Okay, you can't use a fucking distribution center unless you're actually updating distribution centers. What? What the? Smoking? When do we have smoking?
Ahead of Rico Battaglia's fully instanced Mission Giver return in August, there's a new suite of repeatable evergreen missions that let you start building your rep with the legend early. Now these include your basic prospecting contract.
Those are just call them stims. You have cigarettes and they're just called stims because they're just stimulants. They're not tobacco. It's some sort of stim. They just do that.
Where you report back locations of resources as
At
work
least give us a pipe. Sad face.
for others, and contracts where you go and do the mining yourself. But there's also more intriguing offerings where you're asked to investigate the results of recent attacks throughout the frontier by an elusive group called the Moraine. They're attacking industrial ships throughout the system, and Rico needs your help to find out what's going on and to save her friends. These contracts include discovering what happened to missing workers, boarding hijacked vessels to recover control, retrieve data from suspected Moraine facilities, recover items from previously pirated ships, and even a little salvage of the remaining wrecks themselves. It's a nice...
I mean, that's cool. I mean, they're going to come with 4.9 anyways, but like this is the experiment they're doing with Mission Givers, where like they have 3 chapters of her story, and so you have main missions that are the main parts of those chapters, and then there's like repeatable missions in between.
Primer for her full return in Alpha 4.10 and your further adventures with the storied Mission Giver. In ship and vehicle features, some long-awaited enhancements to the combat UI arrive next week, designed to help everyone better understand successful hits, penetrations, and damage to shields, armor, hull, and components. That's just neat. Then newly improved ship flyby sounds are being reintroduced to the verse, with all new audio assets intended to deliver greater immersion, drink, oral fidelity, drink, and improved positional feedback, okay, during flight. Now, it won't be for every ship, but like other features such as components, engineering, and lamp, these will continue to roll out to more ships and vehicles in subsequent patches. There's also a new ordnance cargo container feature going in, adding dedicated frames for things like missiles, torpedoes, and bombs to improve the presentation and storage of such items on cargo grids.
Is there a rename for tobacco or some other vice? Sometimes you have to for like reasons for like Australia or something like that. But yeah, I like this. I know that there are people who be like, this isn't immersive. It's like, I don't give a fuck. It's it makes it easier to stack.
Did I say ordnance or ordinance? Ordnance. Not
Ordnance.
Ordnance? Yeah. So it's a smaller thing that perhaps isn't as sexy, but all existing distribution centers are being redropped on planets and moons with a variety of systemic and physics improvements that will fix a large amount of missions that occur there. And there was much rejoicing.
Okay, I'll see it when I'll believe it when I see it.
And ahead of Starware, which I'll go ahead and tell you is currently tracking for 4/11 in September, cross your fingers, there's a new series of combat clothing coming to shops in the verse. Now these may not offer the same level of protection as a full suit of armor, but they'll do more to keep you alive in a gunfight than other clothing options. Plus, they're snazzy. BC.
Russ.
And closing out our coverage of Alpha 4.9, there are also behavior improvements to the juvenile and adult Valakars, new hairstyles, a new classic from one of our most popular weapon manufacturers with the bullpup rifle from Bering, and perhaps the most important addition to Star Citizen since planets and star systems were added, new kiosks have been added to New Deal. Thank you, Hassie. So that's all I got for you now. Be sure you jump in next week to experience Alpha 4.9 yourself. And remember that not every fix being prioritized and work done now will come all at once. Also, to those of you who have been helping in PTU and reporting issues and helping Repro, we hope you'll continue beyond the release next week to help us ensure Siege of Orison is everything it can be when it arrives next month. For now, we'll see you at the Bash next week.
Like how the kiosks zoomed in, they still had messed up vehicle models. See at the Bash? I guess see in the patch, I guess. Oh, the Basher. The Basher, right. Basher's coming next week. Couple things that it's important to note. You can get mad about a lot of things like bug fixes, suit lockers, exploit fixes, quantum boosts, social tools. But it's not going to make CIG release them any faster. Like social tools, they talk about in the monthly report. They're going to be woefully slow on it, but they're going to replace basically what we have now with new stuff by the end of the year. Suit lockers are going to be by the end of the year. Bug fixes are happening all the time. Same with exploits. And quantum boost, who the fuck knows? Basher is what will keep the funding tracker working at dynamic server mesher levels. Can we just have nice things like physics that work? Maybe, at some point. CIG is still saying 2026 Squadron 42 on their comms. You think it's still think it's 2027? Yep. There's not a lot of reason to release Squadron 42 early, considering what we know. Like, let's take a zoom out and look at from a outsider's perspective. Has CIG done any kind of marketing, any kind of advertisements for Squadron 42 outside of the community? No. The only thing we know is that they're planning on doing a Squadron 42 preview at the beginning of October. 9th through 12th, I think. So it can't release until after the 9th through the 12th. Didn't CIG say they wouldn't do marketing? No. What they said was they wouldn't do a long marketing run-up, they would do a short marketing run-up. And a short marketing run-up isn't a week. It's like a month or two.
Them biddies.
What would it be if they release S42 in 2026? A rug push?
A rug push. So, and the thing that they're doing, this sort of like squad con, come here, play the game early, it's a pretty traditional approach to marketing. But that sort of thing usually happens a couple of months before release. We know for fucking sure CIG isn't releasing in November. It could release the week 42, in week 42, the week after the creator event. with no marketing? Like, as far as we know, outside news media isn't going into that creator event. It's just because it's not just creators, it's also golden ticket holders and like people who are involved in the community in general. There's been no announcements. And it's weird to do an event like that, because usually if you do an event like that, you keep it hush hush. And you do it like a week before you announce a release. So creators can go home, make their videos, and then go like, hey, I played Squadron 42. Here's what you got to know. And that's usually sort of like a build up to a release. Having it release a week after that event would be a slap in the face to every single creator going. Because what's the point in going if everyone's going to get access to it in a week? You're paying thousands of dollars to do something that you get in a week early? For what reason? As a creator, it makes more sense to stay home if that's the case, because you can just cover the game when it comes out. Last year, CIG said their Squad 42 marketing would be minimal. Minimal doesn't mean zero. I can tell you the exact quote because it was in the letter for the chairman, because I pulled it out multiple times. For Squadron 42, our priority remains quality and polish as we move towards beta and release. We're confident in the direction the game is headed in and are fully focused on delivering. We know many of you are eager to play, and we're looking forward to putting it in your hands. We don't plan on a long, drawn-out marketing campaign, as we've already done our fair share of trailers and gameplay previews. When it's time, you and the rest of the gaming world will hear a lot more from us. He's not saying they're not doing any marketing campaign. What he's saying is that you, players, the fans, and the rest of the gaming world will know more at the same time. There's been no mentions of an embargoes for the ad event. No, Metasheet. None that I've seen. So right now, there is no evidence of any marketing campaign. There is no evidence of any... and the only evidence we have of a marketing campaign is an event that's taking place in early October. So you'd want to start the marketing campaign around then, and you'd probably want it to be at least a month, if not two, after that event to make that event actually impactful. And not just be a giant waste of fucking money for everybody, even CIG. So the earliest it would release is in December. And at that point, just fucking delay it until like February, March. I was on your they delayed 2017, but I actually think now they're releasing it this year in October. I don't think so. Based off of my conversations, based on my conversations with the teams inside CIG, and again, these are people whom I trust for lots of different reasons, because they've given me information ahead of time that was only released to the public like months afterwards, that I trust their what they're saying. And what they're saying is effectively, it's already on our goddamn Jira. It's already on our schedule that we're working on these sorts of things. So if they wait a month, let's just say that the marketing event is the big push they start off with that preview event, and they're waiting a month to release. That means they're releasing a week before fucking GTA 6. I mean, CIG is dumb sometimes, but that's downright insane. That is just, you might as well just, like, don't release it at all at that point. Like, why the fuck do you even release it? So, the earliest logical time is December. And why would you do that? Why do it in December when you have most of your team missing? Just release it in fucking early in the year. Is GTA 6 still releasing? Yeah, they did pre-orders. It's releasing on November 18th. Yeah, but Larian beat Starfield to market by a month. If they needed to beat it by a month, they would have to release it on October 18th, and that's a week after the preview event. And as I said, that makes no fucking sense. You're just wasting a lot of time and energy for something that is not going to work for anybody. 19th of November. I think it says 19th. I think it's 18th, but yeah. You said in your delay video that you were given a date. Give a hint. Is it the first or second half of 2027? First half. Nobody said anything about, like, end of 2027. It was first half of 2027. Unless the preview event is at the end of marketing campaign with starting in September, which would make no goddamn sense. Think about it. About how many people you're pulling off of patch duty. Because they're going to be developers who are at this event, who are maintaining this preview, who would normally be working on day one patch stuff to fix it. You're pulling developers off of day one patch stuff to preview an event, to preview the game for a bunch of fans, and you're going to release it a week later? I mean, that's incompetency levels that would be historic. Probably 1 month campaign before release. We won't lunge on CIG. So if it's a month, then there's no time window this year that makes any sense. A month from October would be too close to GTA, and a month after GTA would be too close to GTA. Basically be the end of the year. Like December, leave it this way. December, 18th would put it a week before Christmas. Can you give us another hint for quarter, or is that too far? That's too far. Yeah, because at Christmas, GTA 6 will be marketing even higher because they're going to try to get people to buy GTA 6 for Christmas gifts for their loved ones. Think they'll do December just to say they did it? Why though? That doesn't make any sense. Because remember, whenever they go gold with Squadron 42, they're still going to have to maintain it afterwards. And going gold doesn't matter a lot, but it's basically lock in everything that's going, and then you're just focusing on fixes. Like, there is no logical sense right now that, especially with that announcement of that creator event that they're releasing this year. And again, they could do it, but it would be the dumbest fucking thing that CIG has done and cost them a lot of money and time. You don't want to just push this thing, unless you want your company to die. Because CIG needs this passive income to release the tension, release the pressure on them selling ships. Yeah, this is Chris's magnum opus. There's no fucking way he's just going to kick it out against GTA 6. Never estimate CIG's ability to make dumb calls. Man, this would be a level of stupid that I think would be historic. Like, it should be studied. It would be studied in like business school as the perfect way to fuck up a release. What are you arguing for, Paul? Is a game that is good and cool, which is made by a company that isn't ran by nepotism and regardism. I'm also thinking about it in the context of a man who believes that this is his last chance to make an impact on the gaming world. And this is his sort of, this is that magnum opus. It's his big return to video gaming. And would that man logically look at everything that a dumbass like me, who only has tangential experience in marketing and in video games, can see? If I can see it, everyone around him can see it, including himself. I guarantee you he's still friends with people who still make video games. He could easily talk with those people and find out very quickly, it's fucked, yo. You know marketing better because, as you described, your family business acumen. And I actually worked in the industry, but I haven't worked in video games. My mom has, but I've never worked with my mom as a brand manager or an assistant when she worked with video games. We're talking about in the 90s. Yeah, my mom worked in marketing for video games in the 90s. I grew up in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area. So there's a lot of like early video game companies were in the Bay Area. So my mom, her business was called in to work with a lot of video game companies. We're not talking like the biggest she worked with was EA. We're talking about 90s EA, you know? She worked with a lot of educational software, some smaller companies. Is your mom a gamer? No, my mom isn't a gamer. She just worked as a marketer for games. My dad was an early gamer, but the famous story of my dad was when SimCity 2000 came out. We got SimCity 2000, and my dad started playing a game of SimCity 2000. And the next thing he knew, my mom was coming down to make breakfast, and he realized he'd spent all night playing SimCity 2000, and said, "I can't play this. I have too much of addictive personality. I will ruin my life if I do this." And he never played a video game again. He played with me when I asked him to, when I was younger. This is, when I was a younger boy when he did that. One of my favorite stories about my mom is that she got called into a pitch meeting. So she was working in a pitch meeting. I think it was with EA. She never told me which company it was. Because how I found out this is that I was playing games. I think it was on Nintendo 64 at the time. So it was like late 90s. And she comes down from work. I'm just gotten back from school. She sits down on the couch watching me play. And she says, "Paul, I have a question." So I pause and I say, "Okay, what is it?" And she goes, "Let me pitch you a game idea. What if you had a game like Jurassic Park where you had to survive dinosaur attacks?" I'm like, "Okay." And she said, "But the only way you could tell the difference between a good dinosaur and a bad dinosaur was that bad dinosaurs would have red collars and good dinosaurs would have blue collars." And the second she said that, I'm like, that's dumb as shit. This is, again, late 90s, early 2000s. How the fuck would you be able to even see the red and blue collars at a distance? They just kill you really quickly. And I said, "That's dumb." And she said, yeah, that's what I thought. And then explained to me that some young developer was pitching this idea for this dinosaur Jurassic Park-like game with like red and blue collars. And my mom was like, that's stupid. Couldn't you do something else, like make specific dinosaurs good or bad? And the guy was insistent on the collars idea, and that was the only way it would work. And my mom's like, no, that's dumb. And apparently the rest of the pitch meeting agreed with her, like that was stupid. And then he got really mad and left, but she felt bad about it because this is like this dude's like creative process. She's not a gamer, so she doesn't know. That's why she came to me afterwards. It's like, did I do it wrong? I'm like, no, you're right, Mom. That's dumb as shit. That's a dumb fucking idea. Well, it's because she didn't have experience with video games as much as I did. She kind of knew about it and tangentially was aware of it. It's actually funny because I've tried to talk with some of the older folks at CIG who were around that time, and I mentioned my mom's name and her company to them, and they're like, "No, I don't really remember that name." And I was just like, "Okay, just to see," because I knew my mom worked for EA, and I'm like, I'm pretty, because I got Wing Commander 2 for free from my mom. Like, I got Wing Commander, a free copy of Wing Commander 2 because my mom helped EA. I remember I got the free expansion because my mom used to go to E3 all the time back when it was just like before it was E3. And I remember mom came back with like these files of CDs from different game developers. Like I got the expansion for Age of Empires 2, like the first expansion for Age of Empires 2 for free from that and so that kind of stuff. I mean, yeah, she got paid. EA paid her, but like I don't know how it went, but I'm sure my mom's still alive, so I could ask her about this. She doesn't remember a lot about that time because it was like so many different clients she had. But I'm pretty sure the way it went was she was working, and I'm sure the people at EA were like, "Hey, you have a kid, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, I have a son. He plays games." And they're like, do you want this copy? And I'm like, sure. Like, I still have my Wing Commander 2 like instructional guide, like the booklet that came with it. And I'm like, I don't remember buying it myself. I don't remember asking my parents to buy it. It was my only experience with Chris Roberts games until Freelancer, but I remember having it. So like they gave my mom a copy of Wing Commander 2. I'm like, there's no way that my mom got a copy of Wing Commander 2 and didn't work for Origin at some point. Because, like, it's Wing Commander 2 before EA bought them, right? EA bought them with Wing Commander 3. They were giving them away? Okay. Because this was well past Wing Commander 2's release. So she's to blame for being here? She is, actually. She bought the family's first PC because she was the early adopter of technology in the early 90s. And I'd been playing games at school as a kid. You know, the classic 90s educational games. And so my mom wanted to give me video games. And so I don't think I asked for it, but I remember she got Warcraft 2. She got Warcraft 2 and SimCity 2000. Oregon Trail, yeah. And I still kind of remember, because it was a DOS PC, so I remember memorizing how to boot up the games from DOS. Like the commands to boot up the games. And the first game that I actually asked my mom to buy me was Civilization 2. If the Retribution Kingship had a 1-to-1, who would win? It depends on what's actually in the Retribution. I have a theory that the Retribution has the Hadesian planet killer weapon as part of it. So if that's the case, the Kingship would be fucking annihilated. Like, this is the thing that cracked the planet in half. Like, I think it would fucking evaporate a fucking Kingship. Oh, it was a pain in the ass years. I remember that. I mean, I have some OG credits. My wife is far more OG when it comes to video gaming. My wife built her first PC in 1999 when she was 9 years old. Now, her grandfather got her the parts and taught her how to do it because her grandfather was a tech guy in the 80s and through the 90s. But she cobbled together her first PC on her own. Her first big game she played on her own was Morrowind for the PC. She wrote her own mods for Morrowind before there was a readily accessible mod scene online. Her mods, I think, are still out there that she wrote for them. Some of the early mods for Morrowind. Yeah. Like, I remember showing her Creation Club, or like the whatever the modern like kit is for like Skyrim that you get. I showed her like the process, and she just sat there and was like, "Fuck!" I just had a flashback when I was 10. It was like, this is not that different from what I remember from when I was 10 doing this stuff. So, not the Steam Workshop, but yeah, you can get it on Steam Workshop. Yeah. Back when you had to save, you had to pass around discs for mod files. There's a frog outside my window that's losing his fucking mind. I'm on the 3rd floor. Maybe it's on the 3rd floor with you. Later, Shark. I heard that Astrohistorian guy's pretty cool. I remember floppy disks. Do you remember zip drives? I want to hit you all in the nostalgia. I feel like that's a niche part of tech history that a lot of people don't remember. The bridge between CDs and floppies. Zip and Jazz drives by iOmega. Yep. They're called optical drives. I don't. Flop games did go hard. I remember MIDI disc, yeah. Zip drives were crazy because they could hold so much fucking information. I remember, like, one of my neighbors was really big into tech too, and they had a zip drive set up. And I remember them being like, "Oh yeah, I hold like it was like 100 megabytes." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" In that, it's huge. That blue box of incompatibility. I remember it being blue. Yeah. Golly, this game is dog water, lol. The desync and Gladius NPCs having Nightcrawler abilities and something like Chaff that not only makes me lose target to them, but it makes my target on my friendly NPCs. Woo, Nelly, I need to walk away for 5 minutes. Yep, Dibbly, it is bad. It is probably the worst I've ever seen it. Like 483 was sent out to die. It's really bad. Like there's a reason why they're ending the Xenothreat event in, like, not joking, 6 days. So you've only got 6 days left for Xenothreat. The only advantage is that they jacked up how much credit you get for doing those missions, so you can complete the entire string of missions in like 4 hours with enough people. I think you had to have SCSI or a parallel port version because USB wasn't popular yet. Yeah, USB wasn't either popular or wasn't invented by then. Yeah. Oh, it's just bad right now. That's really the title. The reason why I say the 4.9 is the 4.9 gamble is because I think 4.9 is a gamble. It's a huge. Is a huge. CIG is basically saying we fucked up, and we're going to try to improve the game so that when you play 4.9, it's a better experience. Not so Xenothreat as Xenoflight. What they actually did was confirm that there's still no directional plan for the year of our Lord 2026. That's really the case. I think what they really did was they at least admitted that there was no fucking system set up to actually track bugs. It just doesn't seem like there was a system to track bugs. They're not saying that. That whole video was new stuff. Well, I'm talking more about like what they said last week with the monthly reports, not the monthly reports, the roadmap roundup, and they said before that. What they were showing off in that video that we just watched, that new stuff, a lot of that stuff is fairly minor. Like clothing is just adding new armor, weapon, new missions. All of those are missions that already existed. Like, even though it's like, hey, you have these missions, a lot of it is missions that are coming back, like boarding missions, the Black Kite and the prisoner breakout mission. That's the same mission. Recovering black box. Fuck, I have recovered so many goddamn black boxes in this game. Go through dead crew and find information. That's been around forever. It's all missions that have either been around forever that are coming back, or have been in for a while and are simply being adapted for story-driven stuff. Really what's being added is Recco Battalia's face, and she's talking to you. And then there's an overhaul. They're overhauling the entirety of the distribution centers. They're fixing a bunch of bugs with the distribution centers. And they're adding new hairstyles. They do that every patch. That sort of thing. So basically everything they said was just fixes and upgrades. So wait until 4.9 next week, then come back to Star Citizen, except for seeing the ILW convention in game. Maybe. ILW is not going to come in until November, but yeah. The message it sends is we've worked on this minor new stuff, and now we've been working on this fix or that fix. Yeah, I mean, they mentioned it in the roadmap roundup, and what Jared said at the very beginning was like, hey, as we've been saying, we're prioritizing some fixes instead. The reason why they're not saying what exactly they're fixing is because they have no fucking idea if it's going to be fixed or not. It reminds me very much of 319. For those of you who remember 318. 319 was a marginally better patch than 318 and 318.1. But it mostly served as not a bad patch. So it served at sort of slowing down the degradation of people's opinion of the game. And in the reason why they're doing 410 is, if I remember correctly, 318 was at the beginning of the year, and at the end of the year they dropped like 319. They did 319, and they didn't drop another one until like August, which was 320. And they dropped 321 and 322, I want to say. That's like within a month of each other. And then they released 4.0 with like after 3.23, something like that. Basically, 318 was the beginning of the shit patch. And then like towards the end, they just sort of dropped a bunch of patches in a row. And it looks like they're doing the exact same thing now. They try to separate the patches so that people think, oh, that was a long time ago. 4.8, that was 4 patches ago. When it really was like half a year ago, but it was really only like 2 patches ago. So that people mentally aren't there. I don't know if that's necessarily always the case. It may be something CIG is just doing on their own, so they can try to like themselves get away from it, but yeah. So it's a gamble. I still think it's a gamble because what they're really gambling on is that 4.9 is seen as something better than 4.8 because it otherwise is basically delaying 4.9 till August. And the other thing which is interesting is they've specifically talked about how they're doing new monsters, new creatures. So I have a feeling that in the next couple of patches, 4.10 and 4.11, we're likely to see new creatures being introduced for the October patch because they want to have those new creatures in for like the spooky patch. So Alliance Aid, that was what it was. I've not played seriously since the end of Alliance Aid, except seeing ILW IAE, like a couple hours of bind controls. And I keep hearing how dog water the game state is in and playing other stuff. You're better off. CIG does not learn. I may be stupid, but I do have a hope that what Benoit was talking about in terms of their internal changing of how they're doing bugs and bug reporting is going to improve the game. Now, I'm not stupid enough to believe it's going to happen overnight. I think it's going to take them 6 months to like a year to actually implement that seriously to make it function. And of course, Benoit's not going to say that, even if he knew it, because that would be stupid. Because it's basically saying, yeah, we're going to fix it, but it's not going to be fixed for another year. Like, that would just be despair and anger. Yeah, and Benoit is, at this point, the only person who walks on and talks that I actually believe. Both because of my personal experience with Benoit and knowing him and meeting him in person, and the people around him. Yeah, I would definitely say other stuff this week. I'm going to do this, y'all. I'm going to do this. Because as much as there is salt here, I want to ground all of you in the reality. Oh no, the game is garbage. The game is awful. Why does anyone play this? 97 million. They're at fucking October levels of last year. Last month, June, was the best June they've ever had, despite 318. Nothing is, whatever is happening, CIG is saying, well, what we're doing is working, so let's keep doing it. CIG only pivots when they start losing money. 2024, they made less money than they made in 2023. What did they do? The year of stability, and they had the best fucking year they've ever had. And this is underballing it. If you read their financial statements, this is lowballing it. Because this doesn't include all the other things they make through like subscriptions and stuff. Like add another 20 to 30 million on top of these numbers, and that's the actual amount of money they made. So they probably made closer to like 170 to 180 million in last year. And it's not just, oh yeah, this is all the money. They are at September levels of new signups. And it's fucking July. And last year was the second best year they ever had in terms of new signups. So it's not just we're earning more money. It's also we're getting more people to sign up for all the time. So what the fuck is CIG going to do? But drops help? It might have. But the reality is that like this is what CIG sees. And CIG keeps talking about really good concurrencies. So they're seeing more people playing for longer, more people signing up, and more people buying. Like the only thing I can take away from this is that either the game doesn't dictate how well the company does, or the people who complain about the game are a minority compared to the vast majority of people who are playing. So this is why when I say like, it may be cathartic to say CIG is evil and malicious and they fucking hate all of us. They don't give a shit because money, because people. Like they look at their metrics and go, we're doing fine. Fuck you. What's your problem? That's my point. And you catch more flies with honey than you do with salt. I'd love to see the game get worse with each patch and the funding continue to set records, then draw a conclusion from that. Black Flag is a good game. I've heard it's pretty good. Though I also have heard that the new missions they're adding for, like the new content they're adding is so clearly new content and not part of the old content. The game is a backdrop to the in-game collector whales, whether they play or not. I mean, that would make sense if there wasn't new citizen signups, but there are new citizen signups. And as much as it's like very reflective to say, all those are just people with double accounts. Like, guys, not all of them. Not all of them. People are playing, people are enjoying, new people are finding the game and enjoying it. Earlier this year, I saw a huge number of people doing videos and other things saying, I played Star Citizen, so you don't have to. I played the $1 billion game that's been in development for 14 years. Like, There was a huge number of those videos between like February and April of this year, that I was really surprised to see, and they all did numbers. There's new content creators coming in and making good content on YouTube that CIG doesn't fucking know exist because they don't fucking go on YouTube. But like, there's lots of them that I've been seeing them promoted on social media. I've been seeing them in my YouTube feeds. I've been recommended to them by other people I know in Star Citizen in terms of fans and content creators. There is an increasing number of people playing this game. The question is, what is going on? Fundamentally, I think just 4.8 is a bad patch. CIG rushed it out for a sale and has never recovered from it. So, the gamble with 4.9 is, CIG seems to feel like they had a handle on a lot of these problems that are caused why 4.8 was so bad, and are trying to address them with 4.9. Isn't CIG making records again with revenue? Yeah. There's a momentum lag, and in May the game was decent. Unfortunately, 4.8 happened. Well, that would make sense if you should see June have a lower performances, but June had 38,000 new people signing up. In June of last year, they had 34,000. It wasn't the best June ever. The best June ever was 70,000 back in 2022, but 2022 was a bit of a oddity because Shroud was playing Star Citizen for like 2 months straight, and that was between May and June. And there was a lag there in June 2022 or July 2022. They still had a lot of people, and then it went back down to normal numbers for the rest of the year. But outside of that outlier, it's the best June they've ever had for new players. Oh, it was Summit, not yours. That wasn't Shroud, it was Summit. If they do well, if they actually do a Gamescom like booth, which I haven't seen any evidence of, I haven't heard any mentions of, they may just show up. We'll see. New people are playing 100%. Also, there's quite a bit of funding coming from Core Crowd. CG shares a lot of similarities with luxury purse market space. I would say it's a combination of a lot of different factors, but none of those factors are saying Star Citizen is dying. Yeah, there's evidence in the patch that they have like these posters that are in the files that are going to be for people at Gamescom, but those posters are more like these cards rather than than some sort of like event. So while we're in this fuck CIG sort of circle jerk, I'm sorry to splash cold water, but it's like there are other metrics we have to look at, and the reality is CIG is looking at these metrics and seeing complete opposites of what we're saying at times. Like, oh yeah, all this shit sucks, but look how much people are playing. Look how much new people are coming into the game and staying in. How many people are buying stuff? Like, they're seeing these metrics and like, what we're doing is working. Why would we change it? So keep that in mind. Which is one of the reasons why I understand that it's cathartic to shit on CIG, especially when it feels like CIG is shitting on you. But the reality is, it's kind of, and I've used this example before, it's kind of like I'll pull it up. CIG is M. Bison.
General.
I'm gonna get copyright struck for this, but I'll edit this later.
It was 20 years ago. You hadn't promoted yourself to general yet. You were...
For you, that bug that ruined your experience was the worst thing that's ever happened to you in video games. But to CIG, it was Tuesday. Raul Julia is fucking amazing, and his M. Bison is iconic. To CIG, it was $2 million. Just another day on the road to $1 billion. Exactly. I use that. I've used that example in the past as to explain, like,
Them biddies.
And he did it at death's door because his son asked him to.
yeah, that's the crazy part, is that he was dying and his son asked him to do it because he was a big fan of Street Fighter, and he's like, sure, I'll do it. Man, it's so he's such a fucking good actor. I love that man. He was chewing. He's the best fucking actor in the whole movie. He's just so all over it. It's funny to now because I forgot who played Chun-Li, and I'm like, wait, I know that actress. Like, she's a fairly well-known actress now. Have you never seen that scene? That scene is fucking great. Street Fighter is an awful movie, but it's a fun, dumb movie. I put Street Fighter up there with Wing Commander, and that, like, Street Fighter makes no sense as an actual fighting movie, in like it should have. But it's over the top, campy, and very fun. And Wing Commander is that same sort of way. Not as over the top, but definitely fun. It's awful in the sense that it's nothing like the video game. And as a movie, it's kind of all over the place. But it's better than people give it credit for. Happy players don't make noise. That's true. And and the vast majority of people don't give a shit. It's better than it deserves to be because of Raul Julia. I do think it's more than just Raul Julia. I think all of the actors, the mainline actors, really they fucking went for it. They like put it on the line for this movie. At the end of the day, I didn't think any of them can come home to work wanting to do a bad job. They just are human, just like us. That's a good way of putting it. Paul, it's almost as great as the scene with Zangief asking them to change the channel. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. And that's the thing. That's my point. Is that if you really want to see Star Citizen succeed and change, you have to look at CIG from the perspective of people who see all of these things that tell them they're doing the right thing. And you have to explain to them why, just because you see those metrics, it doesn't mean everything is good. And the example that I always like to point out is this, 2017. Look at the drop. They were making money every year until 2017, and then they made 2 million less. And if you look at the pledges, holy fuck. 2017 fell off a fucking cliff. and stayed off a cliff for 3 years. It took the pandemic to actually get people to sign up again. And why? Well, 3.0 and Squadron 42. Squadron 42 was supposed to come out in 2016. They fucked up the delay announcement and bumbled hard for like a year after 2016. And it took, I think, around this time is when like 3.0 came out at the end of 2016, but 3.0 really didn't improve a lot. Now, pledges started to come back up as well around that time. And in 2020, you see this huge jump because they actually started doing Invictus Invictus around 2020 was the first Invictus, and it's gotten bigger. But it was increasing over time. And so I always like to point out this as an example of what happened here. It's the same thing that happened here. CIG got complacent, and people began to feel like the game wasn't evolving. So they will break records this year. The question is, will they do it next year? And based off of the trends we've seen in the past, maybe not. They might drop off between $2 and $10 million compared to the previous year. Now, is that good or bad? Generally speaking, if CIG is making less money, it's probably bad because it's an indication that things need to get changed. Now, what could also happen is Squadron 42 is released next year and then pump some of those numbers up. I could see a situation where 2027, we see the release of Squadron 42, which floats CIG for a couple of months with the sales, like immediately floats and then just kind of as a passive income that stays there for a while. And CIG uses that time as a pressure release valve, so they don't have to work so hard as to releasing as many ships. They can focus on adding features and fixing the underlying problems of the game. And the way that my own internal brain math is working out around that time would be when they actually start to get into that full swing of like bug reporting and collecting and categorizing, the new system that Benoit was talking about. Paul, Berserker 1, Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub. Your space bartender in the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We've got a good one for you. I know you got to head out, Graham, but before you go, one question I have. Is that offer still open to you, open to me? You mentioned it earlier about that, about the thing in September. Because I've been talking it over with the wife and I'm still getting things set up, but I also know you've sold out all the tickets. So I'm like, can I still go? All right, cool. Because I know you wanted to do like a panel or something like that, so I'm still cool with that.
Wack3 Field just gifted 5 subs.
Thanks for those 5 subs there, Wakefield. You're very important public, very impressive, Mr. Vanny pedestrian. You rock. Toss and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I know it's in September, so it's not awful. And it's in Ohio, which is a lot more accessible. My plan is to go up there the day before, hang out the day after, the day there, and then drive down from Ohio to my family, where my family lives in Tennessee, with a rental car, and spend like a day or so with my family there, and then fly back home. Yeah, we get to meet in person there, Jen. It'd be nice. September 12th, yeah. I think that's also Labor Day weekend, right? I might be a little off there. That might be the 5th, but yeah. Awesome. Thank you, bud. The weekend before? Ah, okay. Interesting to see a young man like you there, Lord of Admirals, hanging out. We're all a bunch of old fucks in the Star Citizen community, so it's always neat to see somebody under the age of 21 following this game. This is like, to give you context, if you're like 20 years old, this game was pitched when you were 6. September 7th. Okay, so it's like the weekend before. Damn. Easily work that in. I could probably do it still. Man, thanks for being there. I'm looking forward to meet you. Hopefully I see a lot of you. I love going to those events because they're fun to talk to people about. As I always say, when I do go, the question is more, the big thing is to always remember, I have never or very rarely met any of you in person. So I don't know what you look like. You know what I look like. I don't know what you look like. So I'm at a disadvantage. So if you introduce, you're like, hey, Paul, tell me your name, your in-game name. Where's this event? It's in Columbus, Ohio. Let me pull it up. It's called the Star Jump Summit. I'll pull it up here so we can talk a little bit about it. It's in Gaming Arena on September 12th. There's a little video for it. Here you go. Guys, a little loud. It's basically a Bar Citizen event, but there'll be like a panel and people talking, and there'll be some. It'll be like a mini Bar Citizen event. It's Star Jump Summit. I'll put the website there. Nine tickets left. Okay. Mind the list. Oh, gotta add myself to the list. Yeah, Griffin's going to be there. Dusty's going to be there. Solus is going to be there. I don't know who Stratobrick is. I think I've met him before. Grim's going to be there. I'll be there, obviously. Notorious. There we go. Who's going to be there? Because there's no CitizenCon this year, it'll be nice to have that sort of event. It's very similar to the what was it called? Quantum Vegas, the Quantum Experience.
can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Nice.
Artorius_Proj has subscribed.
I thank you for that subscription there, Arturius. You're very important, Papa. Very precipice. You're very pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers and chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. Student fans will be able to tour the country, going to event like deadheads following the band. I have said many times, and I will continue to say, that as much as this sounds pretentious, I do not believe that CIG is the reason for the success of Star Citizen. It's the community that they lucked into. They lucked into a bunch of people who were really eager to create a community, and that community together has grown beyond CIG and is continuing to grow and expand in terms of not just creators, but people getting involved. I mean, look how many different like other websites that have been created. And it's because the Star Citizen community is both talented, tends to have a little bit more spending money than your typical gamer might, and passionate. Like they want to do this, get stuff done. So even if Star Citizen was to crash and burn tomorrow, the community would still probably continue on long after CIG is dead and buried. And that's a highlight. That's a compliment, I think. See ya, Torius. Thanks for that subscription as well. It's a community fan. It's not official. It's just fans hanging out. Right now, it is $50 for a ticket. And there's like a handful of tickets left, like less than double digits. Their problem is it's in Ohio. Yeah. CIG does very little to support the community. From my understanding, they don't help coordinate these bar citizens that are community organized and run. 100% true. CIG, in fact, does not send out people to support events. They don't even confirm that. CIG basically says, if you're going to do an event, we want you to do the event on your own and we'll support you if we like you. But it's entirely up to the community to do it themselves. They don't support them financially. They don't guarantee people to show up and come out to those events. They don't. It's just the community doing this on their own. No, I mean, I think Jin, he's talking about in the context of what I was saying, which was that like the community itself is far more powerful than CIG is in terms of like passionate, willing to put stuff together. It's one of the reasons why I believe once we have access to Squadron 42, it's just a matter of time before somebody makes a private version of Star Citizen using Squadron 42's code. Like, I think it's inevitable that it's going to happen. Galactica, I know, is mostly TikTok. She does a lot more than that. She's really talented. I've seen her set up her own community, her own like social media network on brand new websites and fucking corner the market or like grow her account to like thousands of people in like a month. She is very good at her job, and CIG would be fucked without her, is my point. She is a very talented social media manager, and CIG is absolutely lucky to have her. What are the? I mean, I'm of the I guess wrong opinion, or of the controversial opinion, that CIG needs more community managers. The problem that CIG has is that each community manager is responsible for many different things, and so they never have enough support or resources to do all the things that they should be doing as a community. I think they really can't find a way to improve server performance. They're done long term. They're done long term, or if they can't long term. I've looked past it, thinking they could eventually fix it. I hope next tech preview instances they add more servers to show progress on their front. We'll see. Galactica, yeah. None of which are actually entangled with the community. The irony. I think some of that is actually a problem. Yeah. One of the things that I will continue to be critical about is that CIG sees the community team and the marketing team as the same team. They see community as an extension of marketing. They see it as PR, and that's not the same. Marketing and community have to be separate things, because marketing should be focused on trying to get the word out about your patches, about your game, focusing on like improving the like visibility of Star Citizen. And like Galactica is marketing. Like she's doing social media marketing. Like that's what she's doing. She's doing a little bit of social media managing in terms of like that's sort of community based. That's sort of where the cross is, but like she's doing mostly like that's the marketing side. And she does a really good job, as much as people like to shit on what she does. She does a pretty good job of what she does. I know she's good at it. She just doesn't get a lot of support. And then the people who should be like main job is to interact with the community. Really, it's Nico. Like Nico. Nico's the only one who really seems to like interact with the community, talk with the community, post on Spectrum, try to get as much information as possible from the devs. And TO is new to the community team, and so he's still learning a lot of stuff. I don't know what he's going to do. He'll probably do some other stuff in the future, maybe like the roadmap roundup and stuff like that, which is part of that. But like these events, like the Show Us Your Colors event, that's not a fucking that's not a fucking community thing. That's marketing. That's a marketing team should be focusing on. Nico is also absolutely fucking insane, and I love that man. When he first came to Star Citizen, when they were doing the golden ticket, event, he would when they're like, you kill a CIG member for a golden ticket, he would make sure that he was the one with the golden ticket. And I think at one point he literally spawned into the game naked. He spawned into the game naked in a bunker, and then killed like an NPC and took their armor and weapons, and was like, you have to find me and take this from my cold dead hands, and then started to fight players in the bunker. Like, goddamn, Nico. He was captaining an Idris at one point, and was fighting players off the bridge. Like, Nico is a good communicator, and he plays the fucking game. Who is that German guy who looked completely lost? Ulf? Ulf is the head of community. Xylo is not the head of marketing, but he's sort of the head of a larger group. I don't never really understood the exact what he does, but yeah. as far as I understand, Ulf deals with a lot of the content creators. So like whenever I was in the part of CIG's content creator program, I would get emails from Ulf about like what they were doing. And I know he's the head of Star Citizen's community team, like officially. But Xylo is his boss, but he also then answers to a bunch of other people as well. It's ULF, not Wolf, but yeah. It is combat vest I'm wearing. So I don't get shot. But yeah, like for instance, let me give you an example. Ulf is in charge of content creators. They should have a content creator liaison for YouTube and Twitch, or someone who's a content creator liaison, and that's their job. Like that's their only job. But as far as I know, it's just Ulf. And Ulf he's also in charge of like putting together some of those monthly reports. He's in charge of setting these contests up. There's like a lot of things that he does other than just content creators. But they don't have a content creator liaison. They don't have someone's job because like they should have, considering the game, they should have someone whose job is to just go to YouTube and go Star Citizen and then look through the videos of people making stuff and start finding the creators who are making content and reaching out to those people as they're growing to sort of bring them under the umbrella of the content creator program to try to encourage them to make more videos. They should be looking at TikTok. They should be looking at Instagram Reels. They should be looking at Twitch, Kick, any like platform that is pulling in information that they're okay with working with. They should be looking at those and finding the best creators that match their standards, what they want to see. But they don't. The last time I talked to Xylo about this, he was like, it's too early. But it's like, guys, at this point, the fuck you mean it's too early? The game is basically released. You need to have somebody actually like if you want to try to get free marketing, you should be talking to these people. And that's more of a community thing than a marketing thing because it is more of a, hey, we want to help you out. Now, marketing should be a separate entity that works with these creators and either pays these creators to do videos that are like highlighting certain things, or works with these creators and gives them access to things they might need. Because contrary to apparently popular belief, CIG doesn't pay creators. They give free ships, but they don't pay them money. I have seen no indication of them paying money. That's just like one example. I'm sure there are more examples inside CIG, and I could probably talk about a couple of them that I know of just like where someone mentioned Yogi. Like Yogi and we talked about him earlier. Why am I blanking on his name? Thorsten. Like Thorsten's job is make game. Like that's a hell of a job. Make game, please. Here you go, make game. And it's like, make game. You have 3 people with you. Make game now. I'm sure there's a few more people on the team, but it always feels like there's like 6 people whose job is to do feature. And it's like, well, there's your problem, CIG, is right there. You got 5 fucking people making features. And you got 30 people doing ships. If you want to see features like ships, then have 30 people making fucking features. And, you know, lots of different hats being worn by individuals when they shouldn't be. They should be specialists. They should have people working on those one things, and they should be working in groups and all that sort of things. See, I completely disagree with that, Saint Tycoon. I know he's saying he comes off as nonchalant and full of himself. I think he does nothing but suck resources. I think he comes across as very blunt. He comes across as very German. Very much a German engineer kind of mindset. He's just like, it work. It don't work. I'm doing it. I'm focusing on it. He's blunt, is what he is. My favorite, the thing that made me love Thorsten is that the quote, sometime a while ago, someone asked, Jared asked him, what do you tell people who call our game Beam Citizen? He just looked at the camera and went, they're right. As if like, what the fuck you mean? Of course you're right. What the fuck? Of course it's Beam Citizen. Duh. Like, that's how we get the game to work, guys. And the second he said that, I'm like, I love you, Thorsten. You're my favorite developer of all time. Because the first CIG developer that I sat down, that I haven't actually talked with him personally. I'd love to talk with him personally, but the first developer that I've seen that has just been like, game. You're a game. I don't know how many devs will actually move from Squadron 42 to Star Citizen. I expect layoffs mostly. I expect most of the people who work on Squadron 42 to get laid off. I'm sure they'll move who they can, who have expertises in things that maybe people who've worked on Squadron or on Star Citizen as well as Squadron, because they hop between the teams sometimes. So maybe some of those people will get rolled into the Star Citizen team, but I think a lot of Squadron devs are just going to get a finished game is good for the CV so you can move up with different companies. Maybe. Right now, it's fucking bloodbath, man. It's been a bloodbath for 3 years for the gaming industry. I would be very careful. Like, it's gonna suck a lot for the people who release Squadron and then are just let go. Because they'll be let go into a field of, 200,000 developers who are also looking for work. As long as the majority go to episode 2, let me hit you with a cold, hard reality based off of what I am seeing externally. CIG is not going to do episode 2 until after they've released Star Citizen to 1.0. They won't even start work on episode 2 until after 1.0 is released. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Because Squadron 42, you could pivot and start working on Squadron 42 some more. But you would still have to pay those devs. And a lot of that pay is going to be paid for devs to do nothing for like 6 months. My dude, I think they started already. I have heard nothing of that sort. And there's no indication they have. I mean, they have the script for it, and they may have some footage for it, but yeah, no. Hell, CIG, Zach was talking on Twitter earlier today, or not earlier today, earlier this week, talking about all the layoffs and was talking about how they recently hired somebody. Let me see if I can pull it up. He posted this on July 6th. If you get laid off, you're not getting back to the industry anymore. Game designer is not a transferable skill in this job market. Talk to somebody who we hired recently who had AAA experience and had been working at a Tesco's for 2 years in between. You're not going to get creative, you're not going to take creative risks due to job security. You're not going to try anything new due to one dude taking 6 years to make. One dud taking 6 years to make. One dud means your studio shuts down. It's like even CIG is, when they're hiring people who are in some cases several years out of work. Nowadays, a dud is a very broad term. A dud is anything that isn't a fucking major industry splash. Yeah, that OP. Zach? Escape. Zach is the guy who does the FPS for Star Citizen. Oh, no. The other OP, what he was showing was, he was saying, yeah, the game industry's so back. It's an ironic pilled post, because it was Jeff Keighley being like, the industry is back and booming in 2026, and it was just a series of like images of all of the layoffs that have been happening this year. The flashes on that. It was basically, yeah. Jeff Keighley is on copium? Yes. The last 7 years seem to have been too many games made by committee, everyone not specific target market. I'm not going to venture too much into that, because I'm going to have to wrap this up soon. But the big the two things that I think happened was, number one, the pandemic caused tons of money to be injected into gaming, because so many people saw gaming as the future, because they were seeing lockdowns and like the numbers in terms of sales and in terms of users for games that were like insanely cheap to make, like Among Us. The number of sales and users base they were getting was bonkers, insanely high, because everyone was stuck inside. So the industry was just being fucking poured money into, just millions, if not billions of dollars being poured into it. And so game companies were just like, fuck yeah, let's do this shit. And so they started greenlighting like indies and other like big names, especially stuff that was online service, what was they call them? Games as a service platforms, because they were online, cooperative, and they saw like all of the key marks that we're seeing that were all the games that were taken off during the pandemic. Live service games, yeah. And so the industry was just shoveling money into live service games, hoping that they would get a major hit. Because they're like, well, Fortnite took off. All we need is to make one Fortnite. We make all our money back. So we could take time and make 3 Fortnites, and we only need one of them to hit for us to make it big. And using this flush set of money, they also started to invest in, like, hey, these people are famous developers that have made really big games in the past. We can hire them to make whatever game they want. We don't give a fuck what they make. Just make whatever you do. We've got the money. And if you make a big hit, like for a small amount of money, you might be able to turn around and make like Obsidian, like was bought by Microsoft, because it's like, you've made fucking, New Vegas. You can do whatever the fuck you want. We'll buy you. You can do whatever you want. And if all it takes is for you to make one New Vegas, and we've got all our money off of you back. And then all of those legacy studios made jack and shit. Bungie, what did Bungie do? They killed Destiny 2 and then fucked up with Marathon. Because the owner of Bungie wanted his fucking sports cars. Obsidian basically went to crashing. Like, Avowed kind of did okay, but it wasn't really a huge hit, and neither was the Outer Worlds 2. I sat a lot of project managers, live service, value-based dev presentation, MBAs, thought if they invest more, they return more without any other market research. That sounds exactly like fucking what I've been hearing. Bad stick, yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at. Effectively, 2025 was the punch in the dick that was coming for a long time. Game companies realized, oh fuck, we can't make it's so expensive and so risky to try to make another fucking Fortnite that it's insanely unlikely that we're going to. The market is actually much smaller than we thought now that everyone's back to in-person working. And oh look, AI is eating everything. So it's extremely expensive to make a game, extremely expensive for people to buy games nowadays, and extremely expensive to upkeep games. And the cost for developers is only going up. And even if you outsource your games to overseas, like Microsoft's trying to do with Halo, there's no guarantee that will actually pay out in the end. And especially a lot of smaller studios began to use AI to replace artists. And it's not like they replaced artists entirely. They just used AI for prototyping. And then, so you don't have a lot of junior devs working on stuff. It's just get an AI to do a bunch of the early work, and then we'll go in and replace the AI stuff with pre-made assets, so we don't have to hire a fucking artist twice, which has removed so many devs from the process. So effectively, the games industry just got hit in the dick from multiple angles, and we're going to see shrinkage. We're seeing shrinkage. It's just going to shrink down to a tiny fraction of what it was before. I don't think we'll see a 1983 level crash, but I do think we'll see a retraction of the type we've never seen. At the same time, I think it's never been a better time to become an indie developer. You see the Claude plus Unreal Engine demo. The thing about that is you still have to use Unreal, which is a pain in the ass to use. The reality is that you know how many games are released by indie studios that never make a dime? Like, it's up there with the amount of books that are written that are never published, but published online, self-published online, and they're just flops. To make no money for the publishers or for themselves. Because there are thousands of people. So the only way you can get noticed is if you have a celebrity, which is why one of the paths that a lot of people are taking is they do YouTube content or Twitch, and then they pivot from Twitch and YouTube to making games, or they're making games and they do Twitch and YouTube to get attention so they can get attention to their game, so that they can, like, they're basically marketing themselves and their game while they play. See, Pirate Software started trying to do that. But even one of the people who's it, the guy who's making a space game, who's a content creator, does a lot of Star Citizen stuff. I'm blanking on his name. Oh, why am I blanking on his name? He was on, like, the captain's table. Like, it was on his podcast for a little bit. Level Cap, thank you. Yeah, Level Cap is a great example of that. And he's making C-beams. And there are a couple of other creators that I've seen do that as well. The reality is that most of the time, an indie developer will fail. Because, to go back, this is one of those things where I mentioned that story, because the reason why that story is important is because it stuck with me throughout my entire time as a gamer. It's one of the few memories I have, like early memories I have of that, like when I was like between 7 and 12. I remember a lot of stuff, but like this is one that I remember vividly. It was the first time I realized that game developers are sometimes dumb and will do and say dumb shit because they think they're right and they're fucking wrong. But they live in this world where they believe they're right no matter what. And no one's going to tell them they're wrong. And if they tell them they're wrong, they're just jealous or they just don't understand the vision. The dino thing. And I said earlier, like, my mom talked to me about the, like, dinosaurs with, like, red and blue collars. Like, that was some game developer's heart and soul. Like, this is going to work. It's going to be great. It's going to be like Dino Crisis. It's going to be like a Dino Crisis be Turok. It's going to be amazing. And some 40-year-old woman who's never played a video game is like, that's fucking dumb. And be like, you don't understand the vision. You don't understand. It's like, no, talk to me. And I'm like, yeah, your fucking demographic. It's dumb as shit. I don't know how that would work. And that has always stuck with me. That experience always stuck with me, with the understanding that a lot of video game developers and designers really don't understand that their game sucks. There's an old thing I also read way on in my, when I was a much younger man in my 20s, which talked about how there are far more games that have been started than there have ever been released. And there's many games that are finished that will never see the light of day because they worked on it, they finished it, looked at it, played it, and were like, this is boring as fuck. And just abandoned it because it just didn't make a lot of sense. Because it's very difficult to know if a game is going to work until you make it. That's the first time I've heard something like that, Jade. Stole your content? Damn. That sucks. Or you put out a demo that hooks people like Road to Vostok, which was also a fairly unique game. But I mean, that's the thing. There are plenty of decent games with decent ideas, but they just have shitty, because they're made by game developers, by engineers. And the thing that, coming from a family of engineers, and those of you who are engineers know this, engineers are not the most social folk. They don't really understand how to talk about themselves or the things they like in a way that the average person would understand. And the problem with video games is that it's that crossover between engineering and creativity. So you either have visionaries who love the smell of their own farts, or people who might have a really good idea who couldn't explain basic physics to somebody because they're like, well, I don't know how to talk to you. Yeah, we took a video of mine. I got item persistence to Star Citizen, gave no credit, and then hoped it would be noticed. Buster Destroyer and others called them out, and just, ooh, that's fucked up. That's not surprising. Funny, Microsoft took so long after a Fallout show to start a game. Maybe the window will be closed. Probably will be. What really happened was that our Shishama came in, was like, what the fuck is going on? And it started to, like, reset the house. Which I think, in some ways, is sort of what Benoit seems to be doing. Because what Benoit was saying a couple of weeks ago very much comes along to the lines of, here's where we fucked up. Basically, he took the devs who were responsible for this before and threw them under the bus and being like, they fucked up, we're now going to fix it. Which is like, Synergy never says we fucked up. They never do. So that was sort of refreshing to hear that. That's why I'm a little bit more like hopeful that something's going to come out of this, because they finally did the thing they had to do, which was to be like, yeah, we fucked up. And it's going to piss people off, but it's also Benoit. I expect him to be blunt about that sort of thing. Yep, she came into Xbox, looked at all these stuff that wasn't making enough funds for their size and said, you're gone. She basically she came into Xbox going, where's the inefficiencies and why do we pay you? Like, her explanation of how it would, to make a new game, it required 14 different confirmations. And I don't mean like a board of 14 people. It's like, you would go to your boss and your boss would be like, that's a great idea. Let me talk to my boss. And that boss would go, that's a great idea. Let me talk to my boss, all the way up 14 times before you got an approval to start development of a game. Like, at that point, almost certainly any developer would have a small strike team starting work on this, or just sitting around kicking rocks, waiting for approval to start the development. And to get through all those 14 people must have been taken weeks, if not months, to get those approvals. So you're paying for a team of people to sit around and do nothing for months. That's the only thing that I've been a little bit cautious about, but I've also been a little bit optimistic about, is that she's been asked if AI is going to be involved, and she said, no, we don't want to use AI in this right now. Chris Roberts should kickstart Star Wars 42. Microsoft itself has been cutting people. My best friend, who goes by Frankie Hollywood and Star Citizen, just had her contract run out in the quantum computing division in Redmond. It wasn't just contract people, but full employees cut from the division too. That I've also heard. Thinking of what Benoit did, looked at where our disconnect and said, here's the fixes. Kind of like that, yeah. I definitely cannot prove it, but my observation of Benoit the last times he's been in front of a camera, he's caught himself when talking about something that is related to changing the culture, as if he knows there's going to be get frustrated and cools himself off while explaining what they're going to do, address, and fix. No comment. I will say I have heard things inside of CIG about that, and it has been going on for a long time. But if I refer to it in detail, it will get people in legal trouble. And it doesn't matter what I say, because none of y'all fuckers will believe me anyways. So it's not that difficult. If you know somebody who has worked at or works at CIG and you ask them, they'll probably tell you. But it's one of those things where it's just me, like, I've talked about this with other with CIG devs, and I've asked these questions to other content creators I know have personal connections with CIG, and they've all said the exact same thing. But we're just kind of like, not touching this with a fucking 10-foot pole. This shit is fucking radioactive. It's one of those things where it doesn't help anyone to talk about it. It doesn't help CIG. It doesn't help the people who work at CIG. It doesn't help content creators. It's just one of those, just not worth it. Hey, Paul, a long-time watcher on YouTube, caught you live. I saw the most recent update news section when you log on to the Hooksaw agreement failed to be reviewed. I was wondering if you caught that. If so, do you think this will tie into Castro? It might. Because it is a border or somewhat border system with the Xi'an. And if you notice that the Huxaw doesn't actually end until next year, which would correspond with Castro coming next year. You're barking up the wrong tree, Saint. That's not at all what I meant. What was I going to say? Something else I was going to say before. Oh, someone's asking about Sony's no physical discs. I'm not going to go on too much of a rant because I got to wrap this up here shortly. But this is important for us as PC gamers. I am not perfectly aligned with this because I don't have full information on it. But again, based off of what I've seen and what I've heard and what I know about the industry as at large, I'm beginning to think we're not going to see a video game crash as much as people think we are. What we're going to see is one or more consoles is just going to fail. Like either the next Xbox or the next PlayStation is just going to fail. And it will end that company entirely. Because we're getting to the point where by the time the next Xbox or PlayStation releases, it will be so expensive that even like an expensive, like low grade PC will be better and the same price. Like I wouldn't be surprised if the next Xbox and the next PlayStation 6 are $1,600. And at that point, even if prices get worse for PC market, it wouldn't be like, oh, but for an additional $100, you can get a PC. No, a low-grade PC won't be cheaper, but I don't think it'll be so much more expensive. That I don't think it'll be so expensive that we'll see like it'll be cheaper just to at that point just get a PC because you also get Steam, GOG, and more functionality with a PC. I'm not sure casuals will care about all that. Casuals will be priced out of the market. That's my point. Casuals will be priced out of the market. They won't buy fucking consoles. If they can't afford a fucking console and they don't see a value in it, they just won't buy it. They'll, and the only people who are gamers will actually just pick up PCs. Yeah, casuals just be priced out of the market. So you only have hardcore, and at that point, the hardcore people are just going to buy PCs. You'll still be able to get PCs worse than the next console specs too, which will be able to play most of the games that most people play. Plus, pre-builts will always be probably cheaper in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, because the other thing is you won't have to pay for online services, which are $50 a month in many cases. You won't have to pay for peripherals that'll be super expensive. Like, yeah, RAM and like PC parts are going to get expensive, but like, you know, keyboards, mice, I haven't seen them go up in price. Or if it's $50 for a year or $50 for a month. For like Xbox Live, you're paying twice. You're paying for internet twice. You're paying for the Xbox Live or PlayStation Plus, and you're paying for the PC. And like, again, PlayStation is saying they're getting rid of physical discs. Why? Because fuck you. That's why. Because they can charge more money for their products, and they don't have to. They don't be undercut by physical discs, which they won't have control over. They'll have 100% control over the digital market. And they can take your games away whenever they want to and say, fuck you, you want it, you got to buy it again. No, I don't think the VR headset will be worth it. Controllers alone are quite a pit as well. Not having to produce millions of physical discs and ship them globally will save them money too. It's all about their profits. They're saying, fuck you, gamers. That's exactly the point. Even like internal reports from people who are actually game journos, people who actually have connections in the industry who can like ask these things, are coming out with the same information, which is just Sony just like saying, fuck you, you'll pay for it. We believe we have such a market cornering that you'll do it anyways, bitch. And I think Sony is taking a big risk because I looked at their financials. Do you know how much money PlayStation is of Sony? It's 30% of the entirety of Sony's revenue is just PlayStation. And while Microsoft doesn't, or Xbox doesn't make nearly as much as money as Sony, it's like about $10 million less as PlayStation does. Microsoft as a company, the Xbox to Microsoft as a company is like less than 10% of their profits. So like, if Sony fucks up PlayStation, they are going to lose a third of their entire company in terms of profits. Yeah, so Microsoft can shut down Xbox and it'll hurt, but it won't hurt nearly as much as Sony having to deal with the problems for PlayStation. Which is why I think it's fucking insane the way they're handling this situation right now. It's blowing up in their face. So I'm going to leave you with this. Oh, it didn't let you come through, but yeah. I'm going to leave you with this. I just said all of this doom and gloom. The reality is, again, this is from somebody who doesn't have a shit ton of experience, but looking at this from an economics point of view and a business point of view, it is not the end of the world. I do think that there are better times ahead, but those better times are ahead in 4 years, 4 to 5 years. So the 2030s will see a resurgence in gaming. So just don't die in the next 4 to 5 years. Sony does PS, consumer electronics, and a lot of film broadcast gear. Losing PS would hit them hard, but not probably. It'd probably restructure it for them. I don't think it would kill Sony, but I think it would cause a lot of pain and suffering for a lot of folks, because PlayStation isn't just the profits that Sony makes; it's also all of the other companies connected to them, either through third-party retailers or other things. So yeah. That new popular CEO Xbox just took a job today in the American government. Yeah, I know that feeling. Is it a Japanese market share, the thing that blows up the PS market? Possibly. I don't know. Yeah, of course it's a trap. The Sony CEO sold his stocks, if I recall correctly. I do think that there are people inside of Sony, just like any company, that are like, this is a dumb move, and they were overruled, and they were like, fuck it, I'm gonna get money, I'm gonna get rich off this anyways. This shit's gonna happen. This is a bad idea. I'm gonna sell my stocks and fuck off. But yeah, the CEO of Sony can like fucking golden parachute his ass out if he needed to. 2 different rules, man. 2 different rules. 2 different worlds. But yes, I am optimistic about gaming future. It's just, unfortunately, a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. A lot of companies are going to go under. And a lot of folks are going to leave the industry who are passionate and good-meaning folk who could be making amazing games, but the industry failed them. And it's going to be rough. I think it's going to be a rough couple of years, and but it'll pass. It's easy to doom and gloom when you look at in the near future and are like, look at all these things, AI, and it's like AI is not going to be like this forever. It's going to have to stabilize at some point. There will be a bubble. There's a bubble. It'll pop at some point. We just don't know how it's going to happen. Gaming, like peripheral costs, are going to stabilize. It's not like we haven't gone through this kind of shit before in gaming. The salad days are over. It's going to be, it's going to die back to a niche hobby again. Yes. It's going to become nerd shit that only rich nerds can afford. Or if you're really, really into it. I'll be curious to see how Star Citizen survives the hardware apocalypse. I think it'll do okay. The real question is, how will CIG survive increasing costs? Because I think the cost for everything is going to go up for CIG. And I don't see them selling their way out of it with ships. Well, Newtly, Gin and Tonic, who I suspect has more connections to AWS than many people, was basically saying earlier that AWS has not increased their server costs. In fact, they've gone out of the way to try to cut costs to try to keep people on their services. So I don't think AWS servers costs are going up. I was of the opinion that they were going up because everywhere else I was looking, they were going up. So I'm like, CIG's costs must be going up. I've heard that, though. I've heard a lot of folks talking about how the cost of running servers is way high now. And I think it's probably for other services they've increased it, or maybe like Azure and other, you know, non-AWS products. A parky, but like in context, $40 to $50 for a game in the 1980s was is the equivalent of like $100 to $120 today. The difference is that back in the 1980s, that was expensive, but you could afford it. The actual inflation has happened, but the cost, the average consumer earnings has not gone up as much to meet with inflation. That's my problem when people are like, games should cost $100. It's like, no, they shouldn't. They should cost with whatever people can afford to buy them at, which is the reason why, unless you're a GTA 6, you're not selling games at $100. It was a kid's game, but it was like a rich kid's toy. The Nintendo Entertainment System. So the cost of hosting everything is going up. Is there a chance that AI could crash the whole digital age? No, the AI would implode before it crashed everything else. There's too many things running on the digital services for it to crash, like the financial system. If one thing's got to go, it's going to be the AI. It's like, oh, well, will the stock market stop working or AI? Fuck AI. That's what's going to happen if that's the case. But yeah.
Them biddies.
You know what food is absolutely fabulous? Pho.
Pho.
Pho is amazing. This is Iris' moment of positivity. Anyways, back to this absolutely shitsack world of ours.
Listen, living in Austin, I can tell you, we have some amazing fucking pho. There's some really good Vietnamese food in Austin, because there's a large number of Vietnamese expats who've been here since the Vietnam War. You want good Vietnamese food you're in Texas? Austin. I think Austin has the best of everything in Texas, to be honest. There are some stuff in Dallas and Houston, which is a little bit better than Austin in some cases, but Austin has some of the best food, for sure. Yeah, a lot of people are surprised that there's Viet, because like a lot of people may not know that a lot of Vietnamese left Vietnam during the war and resettled in Houston. And then basically, because if you look at like the like temperature, like the climate, the coastal areas of Vietnam are very similar to the coastal areas of Texas and the Gulf. So they started doing a lot of the similar jobs they were doing in Vietnam and the Gulf. So I'm not a food expert, but my job in New Jersey and now in PNW, man alive, the Indian food is delicious. Never thought I'd be a fan of that style of food. Afghani food's pretty good. I'm from Houston. Austin is way cooler. We have a lot more cooler stuff, that's for sure. Because we're also, like, we got all these fucking events that show up every time. But I will say this. Gaming has gone through rough patches. We will go through more rough patches, but gaming hasn't disappeared. I remember growing up, people saying that gaming was a fad. It was a passing fad. It was going to die out. That it was going to be becoming too expensive for everyone. And then 10 years after I was hearing that, we had some of the cheapest hardware that has ever happened. We had things like the Xbox 360, which was insanely cheap for the price. It was like giving you the performance of high-end PCs or mid-range PCs for half the price. So while shit is dark now, I think it'll get better. Ooh, Ethiopian food's good too. With that being said, I'm gonna go to bed. The rough patch isn't even new. The games layoffs have been continuous since 2021, and we've had some really good games come out. So, all right, thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with Hot Mech Summer. We're playing MechWarrior 5 with Loken, hopefully. And then on Saturday, we'll be playing, we'll be doing some Star Citizen, and we'll be doing a call-in show for Captain Stable. We're talking a little bit about, like, hey, what are your thoughts on the current state of the game? Do you think 4.9's going to fix everything? All that kind of stuff. Are you looking forward to the game? And then Sunday, we'll be doing, hopefully, a League Op. I don't know if we'll be doing League Ops. We might be. I haven't checked the League org stuff recently, but I've seen posts, so maybe. And then Monday, we're going to be doing some Hot Mech Summer. I haven't decided what. I might be looking into a bunch of new games that have come out that are sort of indie mech games. So we'll play some indie mech games for a couple of hours to kind of show off some new mech stuff, because we're kind of in a renaissance of new mech games, thanks to the release of games like Battletech, like MechWarrior and Ace Combat, Armored Core 6, inspired a bunch of indie devs over the last couple of years to try their hand at, reviving the genre. So there's a lot of interesting new games that are coming out. Thank you for watching. Oh, and I will be having a video released for Patreons for sure. For the Astro Historian, it'll be the UEE will fall. The United Empire Earth will fall. That'll be exclusive to Patreons until August. And then I'm also working on a couple of other videos, which will be out here shortly. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.